The political success of this agreement for Germany lay in the fact that Great Britain was willing to replace the harsh articles of the Treaty of Versailles with voluntary restrictions, thereby refuting the German condemnations at the Stresa Conference and also sanctioning Germany's right to rearmament. With the signing of the Anglo-German Naval Agreement, the growth of the German Navy began. On July 9, 1935, Germany officially announced the introduction of new submarines into the fleet and the adopted long-term program for the construction of ships. 2 battleships with a displacement of 26,000 tons each, armed with 280 mm caliber guns. 2 cruisers with a displacement of 10,000 tons each, armed with 200 mm caliber guns. 16 destroyers with a displacement of 1,625 tons each, armed with 127 mm caliber guns. 20 submarines with a displacement of 250 tons each. 6 submarines with a displacement of 500 tons each. 2 submarines with a displacement of 750 tons each. 175 Reedery, Gross Admiral. Memoirs of the Commander of the Navy of the Third Reich. 1935-1943 m. 2004 s. 230-231. On September 27, 1935, the 1st Submarine Division was formed, the commander of which was appointed Captain First Rank Dienitz. Soon he was appointed commander of all German submarine forces, receiving the task of developing this type of troops. Speaking before the Reichstag on April 28, 1939, Hitler announced his decision to annul the Anglo-German Naval Agreement of 1935. The signing in Moscow on August 23, 1939 of the Soviet-German Non-Aggression Treaty and the secret protocol to the Pact on the Division of Spheres of Influence in Europe had a significant impact on the development of Soviet intelligence and counterintelligence agencies, including Soviet naval counterintelligence. The German Navy derived certain benefits from the Soviet-German Non-Aggression Pact, which was signed in August 1939. The German Navy did not have to worry about the situation in the Baltic, especially after the Polish Navy left the scene. The German coast in the Baltic was not threatened. German ore carriers calmly passed from Sweden, and the German Navy did not have to be diverted from the North Sea to protect them. Moreover, the Soviet Union granted Germany the right to use a bay on the coast near Murmansk as a German naval base and gave it the right to transit through the Arctic Ocean to reach the Pacific Ocean. The ability to enter Polyarny was a huge advantage for German merchant ships trying to return home in the first weeks and months of the war. To avoid the British network, most of these ships had to take a much more northerly route along the polar ice boundary with constant northern storms, but by calling at Polyarny they could make repairs and replenish supplies for the rest of the journey to Germany through Norwegian waters. Only after Germany occupied Norway did it no longer need the port of Polyarny. Nevertheless, Raeder sent a telegram of gratitude to the commander of the fleet of the Soviet Union for the assistance provided. 176 Reedery, Gross Admiral. Memoirs of the Commander of the Navy of the Third Reich. 1935-1943 m. 2004 s. 400-401. On November 30, 1939, the Soviet-Finnish War began, called the Winter War. Along with units and formations of the Red Army, the forces of the Baltic Fleet, as well as the Ladoga military flotilla, actively participated in the Winter War. 1939-1940, 177. In November 1940, the Ladoga military flotilla was reorganized into a training detachment of the NKVMF Naval Schools. See Naval Dictionary, M. 1989, p. 455, formed in October 1939 for the defense of the coast of Lake Ladoga, whose ships supported the actions of the troops of the 7th and 13th Armies. Together with units of the Red Army and the forces of the Baltic Fleet, the Ladoga military flotilla, the corresponding special departments of the NKVD also took part in the hostilities. Based on information received from military and naval counterintelligence, memos were prepared for the highest Soviet political leadership, i.e., Stalin, V.M. Molotov, K.E. Vroshalov. On the course of battles, the situation in the units, the mood of the Red Army soldiers and the Navy. 178. For more details, see Winter War 1939-1940. Research, documents, comments. To the 70th anniversary of the Soviet-Finnish War. Text by V.S. Khristoforov, A.N. Sakharov, T. Vikhavenan and others. Resp. ed. A.N. Sakharov, V.S. Khristoforov, T. Vikhavenan, M. 2009. In 1940-1941, in accordance with the state program for naval shipbuilding developed in the USSR, there was an intensive replenishment of the Baltic fleet, which received during the Soviet-Finnish War of 1939-1940 experience in conducting military operations at sea. In addition to successes, the naval operations revealed a number of significant shortcomings in the fleet. Naval counterintelligence officers promptly reported to the fleet command about shortcomings and sometimes failures in the conduct of combat operations in the Baltic, in the organization and actions of the Air Force, Air Defense Forces and Coastal Defense. It should be noted that the information sent to the country's leadership and command contained recommendations and specific proposals for eliminating these errors. After the end of the Soviet-Finnish War, significant adjustments were made to the organization of combat training of the USSR Navy as well as to the activities of naval counterintelligence. The first place was taken to carry out measures to reorganize the mobilization readiness system of the fleet and flotillas, increase the level of readiness for the actions of naval counterintelligence officers in combat conditions, and provide assistance to the command. A special department of the Gugben KVD of the USSR, special departments of the Baltic, Black Sea, Northern and Pacific fleets, the Amur and Dnieper flotillas in order to assist the command of fleets and flotillas in the period 1939-1941. More than 50 reports were prepared on the state of mobilization readiness. An analysis of these documents shows that a number of mobilization activities in the USSR Navy were carried out improperly, and obvious mistakes and miscalculations were made. In January 1941, the head of the Special Department of the Black Sea Fleet informed the Gugben KVD of the USSR, studying the question of the reality of the current mobilization plan of the Black Sea Fleet MP 1939, it was established that the mobilization plan of the Black Sea Fleet for its individual types is unrealistic due to the lack of the necessary mobilization resources in the fleet, without which, in the event of sudden hostilities in the Black Sea theater, the Black Sea Fleet will not be able to carry out the complex offensive operational combat missions assigned to it. The supply of liquid fuel to the fleet for 2 months of war is very insignificant. The existing tanks for liquid fuel at the naval bases of the Black Sea Fleet in no way satisfy the needs of the fleet in wartime. The issue of feeding the fleet in wartime has not been resolved due to the lack of an auxiliary fleet. In wartime conditions, the absence of an auxiliary fleet can have a detrimental effect on the combat activity of the fleet. The Air Force of the Black Sea Fleet is not provided with fuel and lubricants. At the main naval base of the Black Sea Fleet, there is a large shortage of artillery and small arms ammunition according to wartime standards, as well as uniforms for units deployed during the mobilization period. The total shortage of commanding personnel in the fleet is about 1,500 people, of which the main shortage falls on coastal institutions and newly built ships. 179. Khristoforov vs. Cherepkov P. Koklaudiru. Together with the fleet, Soviet naval counterintelligence in the Great Patriotic War. Historical essays and archival documents. M. 2010. p. 55-56. Counterintelligence officers of the Pacific Fleet also sounded the alarm, noting shortcomings in the development of the Pacific Fleet Mobile Plan for 1940, a shortage of pyrotechnicians, veterinarians and medical staff. Evacuation hospitals are 50% staffed. Counterintelligence officers noted that the Pacific Fleet was not fully provided with uniforms, weapons and other types of allowances for wartime. There were not enough spare engines for aviation. due to the lack of containers, fuel reserves. Gasoline, oil, fuel oil, and various oils amounted to no more than 25% of the need. Dalneftprovodstroy, citing a lack of labor, slowly built fuel tanks. In the opinion of counterintelligence officers, there were a number of shortcomings in the training of military units and naval formations. This was evidenced by the August and September 1940 test mobilizations. Units and formations of the Pacific Fleet did not mobilize within the time limits provided for by the MOB plan. The personnel showed a low level of combat training. According to naval counterintelligence data, a similar situation developed in units and formations of other fleets and flotillas. Naval counterintelligence was not limited to stating facts and sent specific proposals to eliminate shortcomings to the NKVMF. The comments and shortcomings of naval counterintelligence officers were carefully analyzed by the command of the USSR Navy, which took measures to eliminate them and informed the leadership of the NKVD of the USSR. Thus, in a letter from the Chief of the Main Naval Staff of the RKVMF, Admiral L.M. Galler in the OOGUG NKVD of the USSR, it was noted that regarding the issues raised in the letter addressed to the People's Commissar of the Navy dated September 14, 1940, the Military Council of the Northern Fleet was given instructions to send a mob worker from the headquarters of the Northern Fleet to Arkhangelsk to check documents and eliminate deficiencies. 180. Khristoforov vs. Cherepkov P. Koklav. Together with the fleet, Soviet naval counterintelligence in the Great Patriotic War, Historical Essays and Archival Documents, M. 2010, p. 57. Unfortunately, a certain part of the documents sent by the NKVD of the USSR to the NKVMF consisted of notes, reports and special messages which contained information about Trotskyist, anti-Soviet groups discovered on ships and in coastal units, the conduct of anti-Soviet agitation and propaganda by Navy personnel, their arrests and the progress of consequences. This was due to the fact that the determining factor in the internal policy of the Soviet state in the 1930s was the formulation of I.V. Stalin about the intensification of the class struggle as the country moves towards socialism. In 1937, at the February, March and June plenums of the Central Committee of the All-Union Communist Party of Bolsheviks, it of course was adopted to combat spies and agents of hostile capitalist states. People's Commissar of Internal Affairs N.I. made a report on the need for a virtual general cleansing of Soviet society. Yes, how? He painted a picture of all sorts of spy Trotskyist sabotage organizations whose activities allegedly covered all spheres of social life. 181. Great Patriotic War of 1941-1945, in 12 vols. T. 6. Secret War, Intelligence and Counterintelligence during the Great Patriotic War, M. 2013, p. 145, on June 2, at an extended meeting of the Military Council under the People's Commissar of Defense IV, Stalin in his speech marked the beginning of a statewide campaign to search for spies and saboteurs. He announced a military political conspiracy existing in the country, one of the directions of which was the fabricated military fascist conspiracy led by Marshal Emin Tukhachevsky, which led to a further expansion of repression among the command staff of the Red Army and Navy and negatively affected the combat readiness of the armed forces. Counterintelligence agencies began to actively develop command personnel for the USSR armed forces. Subsequently, military counterintelligence officers falsified various conspiracies in the Red Army and Navy, including in the Northern, Pacific and Black Sea fleets. Military political against political workers of the Red Army, military monarchical against former officers of the Tsarist Army. A wave of repression then thoroughly swept through the command staff of the Red Army and Navy. In 1933 alone, more than 22,308 military personnel were dismissed from the Army and Navy, of which 20,258 were on grounds of social affiliation and political unreliability. From 1934 to 1936 there were about 22,000 military personnel, and in 1937 1940, about 40,000. Repressive measures were applied to some of the military personnel, from imprisonment to capital punishment. At the same time, persons of the highest command and political structure of the Army and Navy were arrested only with the consent of the People's Commissar of Defense or the People's Commissar of the Navy. From May 1937 to September 1938, more than 3,000 military personnel were arrested in the fleet. The top leaders of the Red Army Navy USSR Navy VM were shot. Orlov M.V. Viktorov 182. About the fate of M.V. Victor. For more details see Zaitsev U.M. Mikhail Vladimirovich Viktorov, Touches to the Portrait of the Flagship. Monograph. Vladivostok, 2010. P.A. Smirnov, P.I. Smirnov and M.P. Frinovsky. In the Black Sea Fleet, repression began with the arrest on March 26, 1937 of the former Assistant Fleet Commander P.I. Kirkov, and in May 1937 mass arrests of naval personnel began. In the period from June 8 to June 12, 1937, about a dozen senior and middle command personnel of the Black Sea Fleet were arrested in Sevastopol. After the removal of second-rank Fleet Flag Officer I.K. from command of the Black Sea Fleet on August 15, 1937, Kozhanov, repressions in the Black Sea Fleet assumed alarming proportions. On October 5, 1937, I.K. himself was arrested. Kozhanov, and after him many other Black Sea Fleet servicemen and members of their families. The certificate on the number of military personnel dismissed and arrested for political reasons by military districts and fleets at the end of 1937 contains data that 423 people were fired in the Black Sea Fleet, of which 118 people were arrested. The number of people arrested in the Black Sea Fleet in 1937 confused even the leadership of the People's Commissariat of Defense. But this did not mean the end of repression. According to archival data, the total number of repressed servicemen of the Black Sea Fleet for the period from 1936 to 1941 was 478 people. Repressions on the Northern Military Flotilla (SVF) began in March 1937, just on the eve of its transformation into the Northern Fleet (SF). However, at the beginning of 1938, arrests in the Navy stopped, but this turned out to be the calm before the storm, which soon hit the commander of the Northern Fleet himself, K.I. Dashenova. Soon, NKVD investigators identified all the conspirators in the Northern Fleet. There were more than 30 of them, including Deputy Fleet Commander I.I. Sinkov and others. By October 1938, 79 enemies of the people were arrested in the Northern Fleet, 24 senior and mid-level commanders, 9 political workers and 81 junior commanders and Red Navy men, including 24 for foreign origin, as well as 226 civilians were subjected to early demobilization. The commander of the Northern Fleet was accused under Article 58, Clause 16, Clauses 7, 8, 11 of the Criminal Code of the RSFSR, treason, counter-revolutionary activity, etc. On 02/03/1940 he was sentenced to death, and the next day the verdict was carried out. In the Baltic Fleet, one of the first to be arrested in 1937 was Fleet Commander A.K. Sivkov and the commander of the Baltic Fleet Air Force M.A. Gorbanov. Sivkov was charged under Articles 58.16, 58.8 and 58.11 of the Criminal Code of the RSFSR as a participant in a counter-revolutionary organization carrying out sabotage activities aimed at delaying the construction of the fleet, the development and creation of naval weapons for all purposes, and reducing the tactical and technical qualities of new ships. Military Collegium of the Supreme Court of the USSR dated February 22, 1938. Sivkov A.K. sentenced to death. The sentence was carried out on the same day in Leningrad. Overall, 1937-1939 at the Red Banner Baltic Fleet, 444 commanders and political workers were convicted, of which 64 people were sentenced to military punishment. 389 people were fired. In the Pacific Fleet, the Chief of Staff of the Fleet (OS) was first arrested, Solonikov, followed by member of the Military Council (GS) Okunev and Fleet Commander GP Kyriev. By July 1938, 66 enemy agents from among the leadership of the Pacific Fleet were detained, and by the end of the year, about 50 more senior naval commanders were arrested. About 66 submarine commanders were subjected to repression, of which 8 were shot. In total, during the repressions, the headquarters, departments and services of the fleet lost at least 58 representatives of the command and political staff. Naval special departments played their role in the repressions. Tragic events of 1937-1938 caused significant damage to the personnel potential of maritime counterintelligence. Suffice it to say that in those years most heads of special departments of fleets and flotillas were in office for no more than 3 to 4 months, not to mention ordinary employees. NA was repressed. Zagbosdin, in 1932, head of the GPU Naval Forces of the Far East, US. Basil, in 1934-1937, head of the OOGUG Maritime Forces of the Far East, MI. Dementman, in 1937, head of the GUG NKVD Pacific Fleet, VI. Osmolovsky, in 1937-1938, head of the GUG NKVD Pacific Fleet, held this position for less than a year, VF. Dementiev, in 1938, head of the GUG NKVD Pacific Fleet, was in office for only 5 months, VG. Kravtsov, head of the Zero Northern Fleet, PP. Pagel, deputy head of the Baltic Fleet OO, and many others. Most of them were subsequently rehabilitated. These irreparable losses, when experienced naval counterintelligence officers were repressed and the continuity of generations was disrupted, had the most negative impact on the effectiveness of operational work in the pre-war years and at the beginning of the Great Patriotic War. The majority of Soviet counterintelligence employees selflessly fulfilled their official duty, remaining patriots of the motherland, faithful to the high principles of serving the people. The coast of the Baltic Sea, which in 1941 was one of the springboards for preparing the German invasion of the USSR, was divided into 3 sections. Western, from the Danish border to the island of R. General. Middle, from the island of R. General to the German border. Eastern, from the German-Polish border along the coast of Poland, including the ports of Gdynia, Danzig, Pillau and Memel. The western sector was commanded by Rear Admiral Grassmann, the eastern section by Rear Admiral Ernst Kraft, and the middle, central, section by Rear Admiral Hao von Bredow. The general management of the German coast of the Baltic Sea was headed by Admiral Jean Thurgeus. In February 1941, a meeting of the High Command of the German Navy was held, which was attended by Admiral Jean Thurgeus, Commander of the Baltic Fleet, Admiral Karel, Head of the Central Department of the High Command of the German Navy, Sea Captain Schult Menting, Commander of the North Coast Sea, Admiral Densch, Chief of Staff of the Fleet, Admiral Marshall, Chief of Staff of the German Navy Command, Vice Admiral Schneuin, and 2 of his employees. Commander-in-Chief Grand Admiral Erich Roeder, in great secrecy, told those present that Hitler had decided in June 1941 to attack the Soviet Union and that it was necessary to begin intensive preparations for the war against the USSR, according to the Barbarossa Plan. In March 1941, Admiral Jean Thurgeus ordered Rear Admiral Hao von Bredow to take urgent measures to prepare the units entrusted to him along the Baltic Sea coast for war against the Soviet Union. By order of Gueus, naval headquarters were formed, which in July 1941 captured the Soviet ports of Libau and Windawa, the islands of Ezel and Dago. Rear Admiral Ernst Kraft, 3 weeks before the German attack on the Soviet Union, received a secret package from the headquarters of the High Command of the Navy from Admiral Gueus. The transmitting letter indicated that the package could only be opened after receiving a special password. Kraft received this password from Gueus on the night of June 21-22, 1941, approximately 3-4 hours before the German armed forces began to invade Soviet territory. The sealed package contained an order from the German High Command of the German Army and Navy to launch an attack on Soviet territory on June 22, 1941. By order of Kraft, on the night of June 21, 1941, 3 Soviet sea ships loaded with grain for Germany were detained in the port of Gdynia. These ships were convoyed to the port of Danzig, where they were placed at the disposal of the naval headquarters, which was in charge of the use of the German merchant fleet for military purposes. The Great Patriotic War Chapter 5, Maritime Counterintelligence, 1941-1945. 8 months before the German invasion, the USSR government, by decree of October 19, 1941, revised the military shipbuilding plan. The construction of large ships was curtailed. Submarines and small surface ships, destroyers and minesweepers continued to be built. Nevertheless, the volume of military shipbuilding products continued to increase. The total tonnage of warships from the beginning of 1939 to 1941 increased by almost 160,000 tons. By 1941, the USSR Navy was generally new. It was built almost again after the 1917 revolution. By the beginning of the Great Patriotic War, the USSR Navy, consisting of the Northern, Baltic, Black Sea, Pacific fleets, Pinsk, Caspian, Danube and Amur flotillas, was an impressive force. In the book On the Eve 183, Kuznetsov N.G., The Day Before, Course to Victory, M. 1991, N.G., Kuznetsov provided the following data on the composition of the naval forces of the USSR at the beginning of the war. 3 battleships. 184. A battleship. Battleship is a large warship with powerful artillery and armor for destroying ships of all classes in naval combat and delivering artillery strikes on coastal targets. Displacement of 65,000 tons or more. Speed up to 33 knots. 7 cruisers. 185. A cruiser is a surface combat ship for conducting naval combat and disrupting enemy sea communications. Displacement, as a rule, is 14,000 tons, speed up to 35 knots. 59 leaders. 186. Leader of destroyers, a surface combat ship for launching destroyers into a torpedo attack. They had a displacement of about 3,000 tons and a speed of up to 44 knots. Excluded from the fleets by the beginning of the 70s XX century. And destroyers. 187. A destroyer is one of the types of high-speed warships used to destroy enemy submarines and surface ships, guard their convoys, reconnaissance and patrol services, artillery support during landings and laying minefields. 24. Patrol ships. 188. A patrol ship is a warship designed to perform patrol duty, guard ships, vessels during sea passage in coastal areas and in open roadsteads. One of the most numerous classes of ships. 218. Submarines and more than 200 ships of various classes. Gunboats. 189. A gunboat is a warship with powerful artillery weapons for combat operations in coastal areas of the sea, lakes and rivers. Monitors. 190. Monitor, a low-sided armored combat ship for operations off the sea coast and on rivers. Torpedo boats, etc. Naval aviation consisted of 2,581 aircraft. 191. Admiral Kuznetsov, Moscow, in the life and fate of a naval commander. Collection of documents and materials. M. 2000. P. 151. Military Counterintelligence. History, Events, People vs. Khristoforov S.A. Korenkov L.U. Bondarenko et al. Book 1 M. 2008. P. 148. Thanks to the system of operational readiness created and tested in the fleet on the eve of the war, the fleet did not allow itself to be taken by surprise and met enemy airstrikes with organized fire. On the first day of the war, not a single ship was lost in the fleets, not a single naval aircraft was lost, not a single base was taken from the sea by the enemy. The rapid advance of German troops into the interior of the USSR led to the loss of a huge territory, and with it the advanced Libava, Odessa, and then the main, Tallinn, Sevastopol, naval bases. The fleet began to carry out the work necessary and subordinate to the ground forces. Ships, aviation, coastal defense and marine units closely interacting with the ground forces provided all possible assistance to the fronts in coastal areas. The actions of naval aviation were redirected against enemy tank groups and enemy aircraft. Surface ships were attracted by fire to support the coastal flanks of the Red Army groupings. The fleet transported millions of people, millions of tons of various cargo. In October 1941, 25 naval rifle brigades were formed in the fleets and flotillas which participated in the defense of Moscow and then in all battles and offensives of the Soviet troops right up to Berlin 192, Kuznetsov. The day before, Course to Victory, M. 1991, S. 434-435, the operating fleets were operationally subordinate to the fronts at the beginning of the war. The main task of the Navy at that time was to ensure interaction between the Army and Navy in coastal areas. A significant problem on the ground was the lack of proper overall control of the coastal units of the Army and naval forces. The retreat of Soviet troops and heavy defensive battles for coastal cities, for example, the 73-day defense of Odessa, showed the need for a new organization of defense, the subordination of all forces, including Army forces, to the naval commander, the commander of the defensive area. A similar system of command of Army and Navy units made it possible to defend Hanko for 164 days, Sevastopol for 8 months, and successfully organize the defense of other naval bases. From the end of June 1941, the reception and arming of ships of civilian departments began. It should be noted that the issues of manning the Navy at the expense of the civilian fleet immediately fell into the sphere of activity of maritime counterintelligence. Already on July 24, 1941, the 3rd Department of the Black Sea Fleet, in its special message, reported to the authorities about the poor technical equipment of the civil fleet ships, their weak weapons, as well as the delay in transferring to the Navy. The technical condition of the ships arriving from the Azov State Shipping Company 193. Azov State Shipping Company is a state transport enterprise that provides cargo and passenger transportation in the Black and Azov Seas. Founded in 1871. In 1924-1934 was part of the Black Sea Azov State Shipping Company. Since 1934, Independent Shipping Company. In 1953-1964, Azov District Administration of the CHMP. In 1962-1967. Azov Department of the CHMP Carbon Fleet. Subsequently, the Independent Azov Shipping Company, according to the MOB plan, was in clearly unsatisfactory condition, and therefore some of the ships turned out to be unfit for combat missions and were sent to factories for repairs. All arriving ships are not provided with the standards of the USSR Register 194. The USSR Register is a state technical supervision body for the safety of navigation of transport and fishing fleet vessels. Carries out technical control over ships, develops rules mandatory for compliance by ship crews. Spare parts. The boilers on all ships are unusable. As counterintelligence officers noted, all these shortcomings as well as the poor technical condition of the mobilized ships will seriously affect the performance of combat missions. 195 Central Asia FSB of Russia, F-14, up to D-3, L. 501-502. The domestic navy has always been under the close attention of foreign military headquarters and intelligence services. As for German naval intelligence, it was guided by the basic guidelines of Germany's political and military strategy, which determined the purpose and strategic use of the German navy. The German military command, realizing that, having possessed objective and complete operational information about the USSR fleet, it is possible to prospectively plan its naval operations and the organization of maritime transport in the Baltic and Black Sea. It is no coincidence that at the beginning of the war the main blow was directed against the main Soviet fleets of that time, the Red Banner Baltic Fleet, KBF 196. The Baltic Fleet, BF, is the operational strategic association of the USSR Navy. Created during the Northern War 1700-1721 with the personal participation of Peter I in the early XX centuries. Baltic Fleet sailors made a significant contribution to domestic and world science. During the Great Patriotic War, he participated in the defense of Hanko, Tallinn, in the defeat of the enemy near Leningrad, in the Baltic states, East Prussia and Pomerania. 137 Baltic people were awarded the title of Hero of the Soviet Union. Twice, 1928, 1965, he was awarded the Order of the Red Banner. And the Black Sea Fleet 197. The Black Sea Fleet is an operational strategic association of the USSR Navy. The history begins with the Russian Navy, created on the Black Sea in 1783 from ships and vessels of the Azov Fleet. The names of outstanding naval commanders FF, Ashakov PS, Nakhimov MP, Lazarev. Many significant naval battles, Tsndra, Vsdanisi, Kalyakria, Sinop, and the defense of Sevastopol in 1854-1855 are associated with the Black Sea Fleet. The fleet took an active part in the First World War. In 1935, the naval forces of the Black and Azov Seas were renamed the Black Sea Fleet. During the Great Patriotic War, he actively participated in the defense of Odessa, Sevastopol, and in the Kirk Feodosia, Novorossiysk, Taman, and Kirk-Eltajan landing operations. Over 200 Black Sea residents were awarded the title of Hero of the Soviet Union. In 1965, the Black Sea Fleet was awarded the Order of the Red Banner, which both in terms of their combat strength and relative weight played a major role in the Navy system. The aspirations of the intelligence services of Germany, Romania and Finland, who fought against the USSR, were aimed at undermining their power. Counterintelligence work in the Soviet fleet in the first months of the war was carried out by the bodies of the Third Directorate of the NKVMF, created by a decree of the Central Committee of the All-Union Communist Party of Bolsheviks and the Council of People's Commissars of the USSR dated February 8, 1941. This decree assigned them the following tasks: the fight against counter-revolution, espionage, sabotage, terror and all sorts of anti-Soviet manifestations in the Navy and its civilian environment, identifying and informing the command of naval units and formations about all shortcomings on ships and in fleet units and about all compromising materials and information available on military personnel of the Navy. The war with Nazi Germany made adjustments to these tasks, expanding the scope of activity of the naval counterintelligence agencies. In the fall of 1941, the head of the Third Directorate of the NKVMF of the USSR I. Petrov sent a circular instruction to all counterintelligence agencies of fleets and flotillas on the work of the bodies of the Third Directorate of the People's Commissariat of the USSR Navy in wartime. Considering that the said instruction defined the tasks and main directions of operational search, investigative and preventive activities of maritime counterintelligence officers, let us dwell on its contents in more detail. By the resolution of the State Defense Committee 198, State Defense Committee GOCO, created during the Great Patriotic War, was an emergency governing body that had full power in the USSR. Formed on June 30, 1941 by a joint resolution of the Presidium of the Supreme Soviet of the USSR, the Council of People's Commissars and the Central Committee of the All-Union Communist Party of Bolsheviks. Composition of the State Defense Committee: Chairman, Deputy, Committee members. It consisted of several structural divisions, councils and committees, the most important of which was the Operations Bureau. The State Defense Committee supervised all military and economic issues during the war. Disbanded by the decree of the Presidium of the USSR Armed Forces on 0904-1945, dated July 17, 1941 No. 187. The tasks of the special departments of the NKVD are defined as follows. The main task of the special departments during the war is to consider a decisive fight against espionage and sabotage in parts of the Red Army and the elimination of desertion in the immediate front line. A.I. Petrov wrote that this was a core decree of July 17, 1941, which determined the powers of the Directorate of Special Departments, the fight against treason, espionage, betrayal, desertion and criminal activity in units of the Red Army, informing the country's leadership about the real state of affairs at the front and in the rear, the correctness of the actions of military commanders, phenomena that interfered with the strengthening of defense capability, granting special departments of the NKVD the right to arrest deserters and, in necessary cases, to destroy traitors, spies and deserters, shooting them on the spot entirely, belongs to the bodies of the 3rd Directorate of the NVMF. Petrov emphasized that the fulfillment of the tasks assigned to the 3rd Directorate of the NKVMF can only be achieved subject to the selfless work of each employee of the 3rd Directorate, his Bolshevik perseverance, courage and intransigence towards enemies, cowards, deserters and disorganizers of military discipline. The work of the bodies of the 3rd Directorate of the Navy in wartime should consist of 1. Agent operational work to uncover and suppress espionage, sabotage, terrorism, sabotage and anti-Soviet manifestations. 2. Combating desertion. 3. Fight against cowardice and alarmism. 4. Organization of work on enemy territory. 5. Work on prisoners of war and those returning from captivity. 6. Agent operational work in the rear. 7. Preventive work. 8. Conducting the investigation. With the beginning of the war, the Soviet state and party leadership, GCO, Central Committee of the All-Union Communist Party of Bolsheviks, Council of People's Commissars of the USSR, as well as the military command, headquarters of the Supreme High Command, leadership of GAZ, needed reliable information about political sentiments. 199. More details on monitoring political sentiments will be described in the chapter on this topic. Military personnel of the Red Army and Navy, NKVD troops, as well as the civilian population. A special place in the control of public sentiment was occupied by military censorship. 200. Military censorship is one of the forms of control, supervision, by the military and other government bodies of open types of information, print, radio, and during the war, private correspondence in order to prevent publication and disclosure of information containing military and state secrets. Military censorship was introduced in accordance with the Core Decree of July 6, 1941, in connection with the military situation in the country, in order to suppress the disclosure of state and military secrets and prevent the dissemination through postal and telegraph communications of all kinds of anti-Soviet, provocative, slanderous and other messages aimed at harming the state interests of the Soviet Union. V. Merkelov on July 6 submitted proposals and a draft to Stalin co-resolutions on measures to strengthen political control of international and domestic postal and telegraph correspondence, as well as on the introduction of military censorship in regions of the USSR declared under martial law. On the same day, the State Defense Committee adopted Resolution No. 37 SS, which provided, on behalf of the People's Commissariat of Communications, to publish rules for the reception and dispatch of international and domestic postal and telegraph correspondence in wartime. The NKGB of the USSR was tasked with organizing 100% review of letters and telegrams coming from the front line. In areas declared under martial law, military censorship was introduced, the implementation of which was entrusted to the bodies of the NKGB and the 3rd Directorates of the NCO and the NKVMF. Military counterintelligence, postal and telegraph exchanges with countries at war with the USSR and breaking off relations with its East. 201. Gaspi, F. 644, Op. 2, D. 1, L. 193, 195, 197. at military postal sorting points, military postal bases, military post offices and stations. Military censorship departments were formed, which exercised open political control of all incoming and outgoing correspondence of units of the Red Army and the Navy, as well as viewing part of the correspondence addressed to the front. All incoming and outgoing correspondence for the Army and Navy was opened and reviewed. Military censors were required not only to prevent the disclosure of military secrets but also to prevent the dissemination of anti-Soviet, provocative, slanderous and other politically harmful statements through the Red Army mail. Subject to confiscation, along with anti-Soviet, provocative and slanderous, encrypted, coded and suspicious in content letters were also all letters that contained military secrets and information that was not subject to disclosure about the composition, number and name of units of the Red Army and Navy. About the location and movement of Army and Navy formations. About the names of senior command and political personnel. About the nature of the work on the construction of fortified points, their armament and the number of garrisons. About the recruitment of new formations. About military transportation. About the progress of battles on the fronts, the number of killed and the wounded, the results of bombings. About epidemics and diseases in the rear and in the army. About railway accidents. About plans for planned or completed operations. About the progress of carrying out orders from the military department. About food difficulties in the rear and requests for the sending of fictitious documents for obtaining leave. 202 Central Asia of the FSB of Russia. F. 66 on 1 D. 608 L. 6368. Based on the instructions of the Soviet leadership, the head of the 3rd Directorate of the NKVMF of the USSR drew the attention of the heads of naval counterintelligence units to the special place of work of military censorship. He demanded to achieve such a situation that not a single letter revealing state secrets or could serve as a source of spreading provocative rumors would be received to the addressee. I. Petrov drew attention to the fact that the bodies of the 3rd Directorate of the NKVMF had to ensure the clear organization and work of control and barrage detachments. 203. Control and barrage detachments are units created by units of the NKVD troops, military counterintelligence bodies, to combat sabotage and reconnaissance groups and landings and enemy agents. They were used to restore order in units that had lost control, to prevent uncontrolled flows of retreating troops, refugees, etc., in such a way that the detention of deserters and all suspicious elements that penetrated behind the front line was guaranteed. It was recommended to include military counterintelligence operatives in the control and barrier detachments. The tasks of the barrage detachments were the detention of deserters, suspicious persons who had penetrated the front line, a preliminary investigation by operational workers with the subsequent transfer of materials to jurisdiction. 204. State security bodies of the USSR in the Great Patriotic War. T2. In 2 books. Book 1. M. 2000. p. 90-93. Barrage detachments were one of the serious means of identifying German intelligence agents sent to the rear of the Red Army. They were instructed to carefully check military personnel who unorganizedly made their way from the front to the front line in groups or alone and ended up in other units. This was due to the fact that in the first weeks of hostilities, special departments of the NKVD detained several German intelligence agents dressed in Red Army uniforms in the front line. The main task of the organs of the 3rd Directorate of the Navy on enemy territory before its occupation by the Red Army was 1. To identify espionage and sabotage elements directed and sent to the location of Navy units. 2. Identifying defense facilities, creating sabotage groups and sending them to enemy naval bases. After the Red Army occupied enemy territory, the main task was 1. Immediate capture of the enemy's intelligence and counterintelligence services, their agents and the enemy. 2. Prompt use of captured documents. 3. Search and arrest of leaders and responsible employees of the naval base and employees of the enemy's intelligence and counterintelligence agencies. 4. Identification and arrest of participants in counter-revolutionary fascist organizations. 5. Creation of an intelligence network among the Navy's entourage in order to timely identify the anti-Soviet intentions of this environment. The bodies of the Third Directorate were responsible for organizing the evacuation of property and the actual destruction of everything that could not be evacuated and could be used by the enemy in the fight against us. In the event of the retreat of units of the Red Army and Naval Forces, the bodies of the Third Directorate of the NKVMF instructed the remaining agents to actively work behind enemy lines in temporarily occupied territory, creating reconnaissance and sabotage groups from them to identify accomplices of the enemy army and their physical destruction, carrying out sabotage activities behind enemy lines. During the Great Patriotic War, 32,709 military personnel went missing or were captured from the Baltic Fleet, 59,379 from the Black Sea Fleet, 1,743 from the Northern Fleet, and 95 from the Pacific Fleet. In this regard, the bodies of the Third Directorate of the NVMF in the fall of 1941 were tasked with state verification, filtration of persons who had escaped or returned from enemy captivity. The main purpose of such a check was to identify persons who agreed to cooperate with enemy intelligence and were transferred to Soviet territory. In order to assist the leadership of the NKVMF, the command of fleets and flotillas of the Third Directorate of the NKVMF identified shortcomings in the combat support and political state of ships. Naval units informed the command and commissars of the units about the identified shortcomings, seeking the necessary measures from the command to eliminate them. Regarding all shortcomings in the combat support and political state of the naval units, it was necessary to inform the higher authorities of the Third Directorate of the NKVMF about negative manifestations and measures taken by the command and maritime counterintelligence officers. The third departments of the NKVMF carried out work to deny admission to the Navy and clear the Navy of the unreliable element. Based on the revealed facts of enemy activity, it was necessary to take decisive measures, including arrest. The bodies of the Third Directorate of the NKVMF conducted an investigation into all facts of criminal activity of both military personnel and civilians in cases related to military personnel. 205 Archive of the Federal Security Service of Russia for the Saratov region, F14, Op. 2, D. 40, L. 1017. Taking into account the conduct of hostilities on the fronts and the situation, organizational and structural changes took place in the system of domestic naval counterintelligence. It should be noted that regardless of the ongoing transformations of maritime counterintelligence during 1941 and 1943, the main directions of its activities remained virtually unchanged throughout the entire period of the Great Patriotic War. By the decree of the State Defense Committee of January 10, 1942, the functions of the Third Directorate of the NKVMF were transferred to the Directorate of Special Departments (DO) of the NKVD of the USSR, within whose structure the 9th Naval Department was created, as well as special departments of the NKVD of the USSR fleets, flotillas, military, naval bases and squadrons. Special departments of fleets and flotillas were subordinate to the NKVD of the USSR. Naval bases, squadrons, coast guards, naval educational institutions to special departments of the NKVD of the fleet flotilla and the commissar of the formation. Representatives of special departments on ships, special departments of the formation and the ship's commissar. 206 Central Asia of the FSB of Russia, F66, on 1, D, 632, L. 164-166. The 9th Department of the UU included: 1st Department, Counterintelligence Work; 2nd Department, Operational Support of the Naval Headquarters; the Intelligence Directorate; the Combat Training Directorate; the Organizational Construction Directorate; the Command Directorate; Political Agencies; the Newspaper Editorial Office; the Prosecutor's Office; the Tribunal. 3rd Department, Air Force and Air Defense Directorates. 4th Department, Directorates, Artillery, Mine Torpedo, Chemical Defense, Communications, Shipbuilding, Engineering and Artillery Warehouses. 5th Department, Main Directorate of Ports, Supply Department, Administrative Department, Economic Department, Military Trade Department. 6th Department, Peripheral, Coordination of the work of Special Departments of Fleets and Flotillas. 207, IBED, D. 633, L. 290-294. The first 6 months of the war were the most difficult for the Soviet Union. The troops of Germany and its allies managed to advance 851,200 km deep into the USSR, occupy the Baltic states, Moldova, most of Ukraine and Belarus, a number of regions of the RSFSR, part of the Karelo-Finnish SSR. The enemy blocked Leningrad, was on the outskirts of Moscow, and had complete superiority in the air. From the beginning of the war to December 1941, German aviation carried out 127 raids on Moscow, during which enemy aircraft dropped 1,732 high-explosive and 58,050 incendiary bombs on the city, from which 6,742 people were injured, 1,404 people were killed, 5,338 people were wounded. 5,727 high-explosive and 30,700 incendiary bombs were dropped on the territory of the Moscow region. 4,385 people were injured, 1,464 killed, 2,921 wounded. 208. Central Asia of the FSB of Russia. F. Zoe. Op. 8. D. 15. L. 384-386, irreversible losses for 6 months and 9 days of 1,941 amounted to 4,473,820 people. Of these, 465.4 thousand people were killed and died during the sanitary evacuation stages. 101.5 thousand people died from wounds in hospitals. 2,335.5 thousand people went missing and were captured. 1,256.4 thousand people were wounded and shell-shocked. 66.1 thousand people fell ill. 13.6 thousand people got frostbite. The percentage, 52.2% of total losses of missing persons and captured 209. The Great Patriotic War is not classified as especially high. Book of Losses. The latest reference publication, M. 2009, p. 59. The initial period of the war was the most difficult in organizing the operational and combat activities of naval counterintelligence officers. In the first months of the war, the counterintelligence officers of the Baltic Fleet suffered particularly significant losses. Dozens of operational employees died in the defense of the naval bases of Liepāja, Riga, and Tallinn. August 28-29, 1941, during the passage of warships of the Red Banner Baltic Fleet, the cruiser Kirov, destroyers, patrol ships, minesweepers, submarines, hunting boats, etc., and many civilian vessels, passenger ships, icebreakers, tugs, tankers, etc., from Tallinn to Kronstadt, Tallinn Crossing, 210. For more details about the Tallinn Crossing, see Khristoforov vs. Cherepkova P. Secrets of the Russian Navy, from the archives of the FSB, M. 2014, pp. 223-240. In the area of the island of Hogland 211, Gotland, Swedish Hogland, Finnish Sarsari, EST. Sarsar is an island in the Gulf of Finland, 180 km west of St. Petersburg. Area about 21 km, height up to 176 m, length 11 km, width up to 2.5 km. German aircraft sunk the transport on which the bulk of the employees of the Special Department of the Red Banner Baltic Fleet were evacuated. Almost none of the crew and passengers survived. Several department employees died on board the rescue ship Neptune 212. Neptune, apron rescue ship, laid down on June 25, 1938 at Plant No. 194 in Leningrad, launched on 0-23-1939, delivered to the customer on 12-28-1940 and became part of the Apron watercraft. With the beginning of the Great Patriotic War, he became part of the emergency rescue service of the Red Banner Baltic Fleet. Displacement 1679 tons, length 68.7 m, speed 13 knots, assigned to Apron. A difficult military and operational situation has also developed in the Black Sea Fleet. A large number of employees died or were captured during the heroic defense of Sevastopol 1941-1942 during combat operations by ships and formations of the Danube, Dnieper and Pinsk flotillas. Irreplaceable losses and a shortage of operational workers could not but affect the work of naval counterintelligence officers. In this situation, taking into account the temporary failures of our army, naval counterintelligence officers focused their activities on two main areas: identifying enemy agents and fighting deserters, cowards and alarmists. At the same time, counterintelligence officers proceeded from the fact that in the initial period of the war, German intelligence services recruited captured Soviet military personnel using simple methods, shortcut, often right on the front line. Those who agreed to cooperate with German intelligence were immediately, after a short briefing, transferred across the front line to the location of units of the Red Army and Navy. The results of the work of such agents were not effective enough, since many of them immediately surrendered voluntarily, without even starting the task. Others were detained after crossing the front line. So, on the morning of August 25, 1941, a Red Army soldier from one of the military units defending Tallinn surrendered to the Nazis. During interrogation, he told the German officers the information he knew about the organization of the city's defense. Immediately after the interrogation, on August 25, the newly minted agent was recruited, fed, supplied with cigarettes, chocolate, rum, leaflets and transferred to the location of the Baltic Fleet Naval Brigade with the task of persuading sailors to go over to the enemy's side. Already on the morning of August 26, he was arrested by Soviet Counterintelligence 213, SMERSH. Historical Essays and Archival Documents, ed. 2nd Rev. and Additional M. 2005, p. 258. By the end of 1942, when the failure of the Blitzkrieg plan became apparent, German intelligence moved to more carefully select and train its agents. In particular, German naval intelligence, in its undercover work against the USSR Navy, mainly tried to rely on prisoner-of-war sailor specialists who knew intelligence targets and naval theaters well. Among the most important areas of activity of naval counterintelligence officers in the initial period of the war were strengthening the combat effectiveness of naval units and ships and combating manifestations of desertion, cowardice and alarmism among personnel. Work in this area was built in three directions: informing the command about shortcomings in discipline, operational work to detect negative phenomena, and organizing barrage measures to prevent escapes of military personnel. Barrier detachments actively fought against desertion 214. Barrier detachments are military units that were located behind the main unit's forces. They were intended to prevent the escape of military personnel from the battlefield, the capture of spies, saboteurs, deserters, the return to units of escaped military personnel and military personnel who had lagged behind units. Persons detained by barrier detachments were sent for investigation to special departments of the NKVD. In a critical situation and depending on the situation, they took part in hostilities. For example, during the battles for the defense of Tallinn in August 1941, the barrage detachment under the 3rd Department of the Red Banner Baltic Fleet lost its entire command staff and over 60% of its personnel, which were led by special departments. Taking into account the current situation at the fronts, barrage detachments used the most stringent measures against those who fled from the battlefield, up to and including shooting them in front of the line or bringing them before a military tribunal. In subsequent periods of the Great Patriotic War, due to the change in the nature of combat operations, the transition of the Red Army from defense to offensive, as well as measures taken by the State Defense Committee to strengthen discipline in the Red Army and the Navy, the fight against deserters, cowards and alarmists was no longer was of such an acute nature. In 1943, the strategic initiative finally passed to the Red Army, which carried out a series of offensive operations and liberated the occupied territories, including coastal cities and naval bases, from the enemy. As a result, Soviet counterintelligence capabilities expanded significantly, especially behind the front lines. The new situation and increased operational tasks revealed the need for its restructuring, which also affected naval counterintelligence agencies. In accordance with the decree of the Council of People's Commissars of the USSR dated April 19, 1943, the 9th Naval Department of the Directorate of Special Departments of the NKVD of the USSR for servicing the Navy was transferred to the subordination of the People's Commissariat of the Navy of the USSR. On its basis, the Counterintelligence Directorate (UKR) was formed. SMERSH NKVMF 215 Military Counterintelligence. History, Events, People vs. Khristoforov S.A. Korenkov R.U. Bondarenko and others. Book 1. M. 2008. p. 149. SMERSH. Historical Essays and Archival Documents. M. 2005 S. 6475. On May 31, 1943, Co-Resolution No. 3461 SSS approved the regulations on the SMERSH Counterintelligence Directorate of the NKVMF and its local bodies. Naval counterintelligence was assigned the following tasks: combating espionage, sabotage, terrorist and other subversive activities of foreign intelligence services, as well as anti-Soviet elements that had infiltrated the Navy. Taking the necessary measures to exclude the possibility of unpunished penetration of enemy agents and anti-Soviet elements into the fleet. The fight against betrayal and treason in units, formations and institutions of the Navy, against desertion and self-mutilation. 216 Gaspi. F. 644. On 1. D. 120. The same provision exempted the SMERSH units of the NKVMF from carrying out any other work not related to the implementation of the counterintelligence tasks listed above. The SMERSH departments of the Navy were created as a centralized organization, subordinate only to their higher authorities. Head of the SMERSH Criminal Defense Forces of the NKVMF, appointed by order of the People's Commissar of the Navy dated June 3, 1943 No. 00154, State Security Commissioner P.A. Gladkov reported directly to the People's Commissar of the Navy and carried out only his orders. In accordance with the regulations, the SMERSH naval units were staffed by the operational personnel of the former 9th Department of the UNKVD of the USSR and a special selection of military personnel from among the command and political personnel of the Navy, who were assigned military ranks established in the Navy. Employees of the SMERSH Criminal Defense Forces of the NKVMF were equipped with uniforms specific to the corresponding branches of the Navy. Punishments for violations of the dress code were determined by the articles of the Disciplinary Charter 217. Khristoforov vs. Cherepkov P. Koklaudi. Together with the fleet, Soviet naval counterintelligence in the Great Patriotic War. Historical Essays and Archival Documents. M. 2010. p. 7475. As necessary, the Counterintelligence Department's SMERSH of the NKVMF maintained contacts with the relevant bodies of the NKGB of the USSR, the NKVD of the USSR, the GUK SMERSH of the NKO of the USSR, intelligence departments of the General Staff of the Red Army and the NKVMF, and exchanged information and orientations with them. The structure of the SMERSH Criminal Investigation Department of the NKVMF included 4 departments: an investigative unit, cipher communications departments, operational equipment and other auxiliary units. To implement the main tasks assigned to naval counterintelligence, it was necessary to have professionally trained, competent and proactive employees. The leadership of the Smersh fleet, with the support of the command of the NKVMF, made a lot of efforts to ensure that the counterintelligence units were staffed with reliable, smart and educated officers. The previously existing training and retraining courses for operational personnel no longer fully met the realities in which counterintelligence officers had to work. To prepare the operational staff of the counterintelligence bodies Smersh of the NKVMF by orders of People's Commissar N.G. Kuznetsov dated February 9 and 15, 1944. On March 1 of the same year, the Navy Higher School of Counterintelligence for the training and retraining of officers was opened with a one-year training period. In fact, it began to function on May 15, 1944, so this date is celebrated as the day of the Higher School of Counterintelligence Smersh of the Navy 218, Central Asia FSB of Russia, F-66, Op. 3, D-7, L. 3435, F-66, D-13, L-41. Candidates for study at the school had to have completed secondary education, be no younger than 20 and no older than 35 years old, be a member of the All-Union Communist Party, Bolsheviks or the Komsomol, and be fit for operational work due to health reasons. In order to improve the quality of educational work, in September 1944, the Educational Council of the Higher School of Economics was created, which, along with improving the purely educational process, was studying modern experience in counterintelligence work and its implementation in educational programs. 219, Central Asia of the FSB of Russia, F-66, Op. 3, D-10, L. 80-84, to raise the general educational level and business qualifications of the operational staff by order of the head of the Smersh Criminal Investigation Department of the NKVMF. From October 1944, mandatory learning of foreign languages was introduced by operational employees. At the same time, training groups were staffed in those foreign languages, the study of which was most appropriate for a given fleet or flotilla. 220, Smersh. Historical Essays and Archival Documents, ed. 2nd Rev. and Additional M. 2005, p. 261. At the same time, training courses for the operational staff of the Counterintelligence Department's Smersh of all fleets of the USSR Navy did not stop their activities. Their recruitment was under the personal control of N.G. Kuznetsov. 221, Central Asia of the FSB of Russia, F-66, Op. 3, D-17, L. 3940. During the period of radical change during the Great Patriotic War, beginning of 1943, end of 1944, units and formations of the Red Army moving with battles to the west liberated previously occupied territories from the enemy. In these areas, work has begun on the selection of conscripts, including in parts of the Navy. Employees of the Counterintelligence Department's Smersh of the NKVMF carefully studied the recruits in order to prevent persons involved in the enemy intelligence agencies or who assisted the occupation authorities from entering the service. Particular attention was paid to checking conscripts sent to serve on warships. During the liberation of the naval bases of the fleet in Novorossiysk, Sevastopol, Odessa, Tallinn, Riga and Lipa, maritime counterintelligence officers were engaged in identifying enemy agents left to deep settlement. For these purposes, the Smersh counterintelligence departments of fleets and flotillas sent operational groups formed in advance. 222 operational groups are mobile operational groups of military, naval, counterintelligence employees of up to 10 people. When necessary, they were assigned military units. The tasks of the task forces included the search and detention of spies and saboteurs, the elimination of enemy parachute landings. From among the most trained counterintelligence officers, the operational groups were given the task of entering cities and towns together with the advanced units of the Army and Navy and immediately starting operational search work to identify enemy agents. Naval counterintelligence officers as part of the task force were supplied in advance with reference operational and investigative materials and had orientations on already known enemy intelligence officers, traitors to the motherland command and traitors. In addition, the operational staff, in the interests of searching for Hitler's accomplices, used identifiers from among the frontline intelligence officers and former agents of the enemy intelligence services who had previously been detained or turned themselves in and carried out naval counterintelligence missions. From this it can be seen that the results of the operations groups largely depended on the results of behind-the-front operations, during which information was obtained about enemy intelligence agencies, locations of intelligence schools and enemy agents. In addition, in the occupied territory, naval intelligence officers from behind the front identified traitors and accomplices, punitive forces and policemen. In the initial period of the Great Patriotic War, the behind-the-front work of special departments of the NKVD fleets was focused mainly on the disorganization of the German rear through acts of sabotage and was more of an intelligence rather than counterintelligence nature. This was explained by the unpreparedness of the operational staff, the lack at that time of special training among the deployed agents, experience of serious frontline work and knowledge of the operational situation in the occupied territory. Due to the imperfection, in contrast to the Germans, of the technology for transferring agents, limited capabilities for organizing communications and supplying them with everything necessary, agent failures often occurred, in particular when deployed behind enemy lines. The most serious questions were raised by the material supply of equipment, weapons, and reliable documents for behind-the-front operations. The qualitative change in the situation on the Soviet-German front in 1943 created objective conditions for increasing the level of work behind the front. 223 SMERSH. Historical Essays and Archival Documents. ed. 2nd Rev. and Additional M. 2005. p. 261. One of the main events that influenced the effectiveness of operations was the creation in 1943 of special schools for training agents intended to be used behind the front line. In these schools, along with the theoretical course, in-depth practical classes were introduced, mock interrogation of an agent in case of arrest, organizing radio communications, camouflaging movement through the forest, etc. The main tasks of frontline intelligence officers from now on are to infiltrate enemy intelligence agencies, convert their employees, and identify enemy agents. 224 Khristoforov vs. Cherepkov P. Koklaudiu. Together with the fleet, Soviet naval counterintelligence in the Great Patriotic War. Historical Essays and Archival Documents. M. 2010. p. 78. The measures carried out in a short time allowed the counterintelligence agencies SMERSH of the Navy to subsequently carry out a number of successful frontline operations. In 1944-1945 naval counterintelligence officers carried out operational work in units and on ships of the fleet stationed at former German bases in the territories of Germany, Finland, Romania, Bulgaria and Korea. Here, counterintelligence officers even more often encountered enemy agents who were left to settle for a long time. Just as in the liberated Soviet territory, task forces were active in former foreign naval bases. Naval counterintelligence operatives identified enemy agents, interrogated German naval officers as prisoners of war, and took part in screening, filtering Soviet prisoners of war and surveys of the local population. The operational groups included counterintelligence officers with knowledge of a foreign language. As a result of operational search activities carried out only in Königsberg and Pillau. 225. Pillau is a former German city with the status of a city since 1725, the largest naval base of the German Navy in the Baltic. It was taken by storm by Soviet troops at the end of April 1945. Currently, the city of Baltisk, since 1946, is part of the Kaliningrad region, a large naval base of the Russian Navy. Soviet naval counterintelligence managed to arrest 17 German intelligence agents. On August 8, 1944, the head of the 1st Department of the Smersh Design Bureau of the Red Banner Baltic Fleet, Captain E. Rank Mozgov, with the participation of the translator of the Secretariat of the Department, Lieutenant Madisov, interrogated the commander of the sunken German submarine U-250, Werner Schmidt. During the interrogation, Schmidt spoke about the size of the German Navy by class and about the structure of the German fleet. Particular attention of representatives of the Smersh Counterintelligence Department of the Red Banner Baltic Fleet was drawn to the number of submarines in the Baltic Sea and the Gulf of Finland and their locations. Schmidt noted that there are approximately 50-60 submarines in the Baltic Sea and 4-5 in the Gulf of Finland. Submarines in the Gulf of Finland, as Schmidt noted, were based in the port of Helsinki, Finland. Their combat area was between the islands, mainly adhering to the Finnish coast. German submarines in the Baltic Sea were consolidated into 5 flotillas, the headquarters of which were stationed in Libau. 3 submarines were also located there, in Memel, 10 submarines in Pilau, 10 submarines in Stettin, 5-6 submarines in Kiel, 10 submarines. In addition, 25 to 30 units were stationed in Gotenhafen. The tasks performed by submarines in the Gulf of Finland included guarding the Finnish coast in the event of an attack by the Soviet fleet, meeting Russian ships at communications, reporting this to headquarters, and then sinking them. The large ships of the German fleet were based mainly at the main base of the German fleet on the Baltic Sea, in Gotenhafen. Mostly small ships, mine detectors, minesweepers, torpedo boats and others like them, were based in Helsinki. Schmidt named the locations of shipbuilding enterprises in Germany and the ships and submarines they produced. He also said that Germany produced approximately 500 submarines during the war with the Soviet Union. Approximately 12-13 submarines were produced per month. Schmidt spoke about the design of network minefields, the organization of patrols and searches for Soviet ships in the Gulf of Finland. Each German submarine was assigned a square for patrol and control of communications. The horizon was monitored through a periscope, and when a Soviet ship appeared, regardless of its displacement, German submarines attacked it. Important information was about the organization of protection of water areas on the approaches to German and Finnish ports, which was carried out mainly by patrolling by Finnish small patrol boats that plied around the clock. It should be noted that throughout the war, naval counterintelligence officers had to suppress the intelligence aspirations of countries allied with the USSR, whose intelligence services had the opportunity to work against the Soviet Union from legal positions. In particular, individual aviation units and groups of British surface and submarine ships, among whose personnel there were professional intelligence officers, were stationed in the Northern Fleet. In addition, more than 35,000 military personnel of the USSR Navy during the war visited the ports of the United States and England as part of the commands of ships transferred to our country under Lend-Lease 226. Lend-Lease is a government program under which the United States transferred to its allies during the Second World War ammunition, equipment, food and strategic raw materials, including petroleum products. The Lend-Lease Act was adopted by the U.S. Congress on March 11, 1941. All this required strengthening counterintelligence measures to ensure the security of our naval bases and fleet personnel. A significant amount of verification work was carried out by employees of the Smersh Counterintelligence Department of the 5th Separate Detachment of Ships of the USSR Navy, formed in February 1945. The military personnel of this detachment, numbering up to 5,000 people, were supposed to man the crews of warships purchased by the USSR from the USA. To provide operational support to the crews while they were abroad, employees of the Counterintelligence Department were sent to the United States. A similar Counterintelligence Department, SMERSH of the NKVMF, was formed in June 1945 for the operational maintenance of the Baltic Fleet, intended to man the crews of ships accepted from the German Navy. In 1945-1946 the department carried out thorough verification work, since about 700 ships of various classes were subject to acceptance. 227 Khristoforov vs. Cherepkov co-clouded together with the fleet, Soviet naval counterintelligence in the Great Patriotic War, historical essays and archival documents, M. 2010, p. 79. The command of the USSR Navy established a reception procedure agreed upon with the counterintelligence agencies, in accordance with which the British delivered ships to the port of Travemünde. They occupied 228. Travemünde is a district of Elbeck, Germany, in the past an independent city, founded in 1187. Located at the mouth of the Trave River at its confluence with the Elbeck Bay of the Baltic Sea, where convoys were formed and, with German teams, sent them to Swinemünde. 229. Swinemünde is currently the Polish city of Swansea, since 1945 in the West Pomeranian Voivodeship of Poland. It is located on the shores of the islands of Uznan and Wallen, between which there is a narrow strait connecting the Szczecin Bay with the Baltic Sea. Seaport and resort to be crewed by Soviet sailors. After acceptance, German officers and sailors were removed from the ships and returned to Travemünde on the English mothership. The safety of our sailors in Swinemünde was ensured by the Smershrock officers from the surface ships detachment who arrived from Kronstadt. At the beginning of 1946, the head of the Smersh design and development work of the Baltic Fleet, N.D. Armolev, sent the head of the Smersh NKVMFPA, Gladkov, a memorandum on the work done by the Smersh design and development work of the KBF to ensure the acceptance of captured ships of the former German fleet, as of January 15, 1946, in which he noted that all the preparatory work to ensure the acceptance of captured ships of the former German fleet was carried out by the Smersh design and development work of the detachment of surface ships in Kronstadt. The document emphasized that the Smersh Counterintelligence Department, when deciding the issue of operational and intelligence support for the operation to accept ships, set itself, first of all, the task of preventing the German crews from disabling ships, since there was every reason to believe that the sailors of the German fleet were capable of hostile acts. On the other hand, given that the British are in charge of the transfer of ships to us with the extensive use of Germans in this operation, we set ourselves the task of establishing the activities of British intelligence against us in general and in what direction English intelligence is using German sailors against us in particular. The third task was a thorough study of the situation in which our personnel found themselves on German territory and the development of issues related to the negative impact of this situation on politically and morally unstable military personnel. According to the Smershrock, which arrived in Swinemünde, the British conducted active anti-Soviet propaganda among the Germans. However, as soon as the first convoy was accepted and the German sailors themselves became convinced of the absolutely correct attitude towards them on the Soviet side, the mood of the Germans changed dramatically. As a result of intelligence and operational work, a significant amount of material was obtained indicating that the British military authorities were dishonest about the division of the former German Navy. According to the data available in the Smershrock, the British command hid from the Soviet Union a large number of German ships that came to them as trophies. The British, as a rule, kept ships of the latest design and little worn out for themselves. The British command removed the most complex instruments and part of the equipment from the ships transferred to the USSR. The ships were handed over to the USSR without drawings, diagrams and forms, while, according to intelligence data, all this technical documentation was kept by the British. Despite the fact that some of the German sailors and officers more or less conscientiously fulfilled their duties in delivering ships to the USSR over the past period of time, several acts of sabotage suspicious took place on the ships accepted by the Soviet side. December 24, 1945, on the cruiser Nuremberg 230. Nuremberg is a light cruiser of the German Navy. Laid down on November 4, 1933 at the Deutsche Werk plant in Kiel. Launched 12/08/1934, entered the fleet 11/02/1935, participated in World War E. After the war, it was transferred to the USSR as reparations. In November 1946, he was enlisted in the Soviet Navy and renamed Admiral Makarov, expelled from the fleet in 1959. Displacement 8,897 tons, length 181 m, speed 32 knots. The intention of German factory specialists to disable the main turbines was discovered. December 31, 1945 on the cruiser Leipzig 231. Leipzig is a light cruiser of the German Navy, laid down at the shipyard in Wilhelmshaven in April 1929. Launched on 10/18/1929, entered service on 10/08/1931. Participated in the Spanish Civil War and World War E. 0304-1943 excluded from the lists of the German Navy with the lowering of the naval ensign. 0801-1943 re-entered the fleet as a training ship. After the surrender of Germany, she served for some time as a floating barracks in Wilhelmshaven. 0211-1946 was sunk. Displacement 8,250 tons, length 177 m, speed 32 knots. Petty Officer 2nd Article Schulge discovered two infernal machines with clock mechanisms and connected electrical wires in the closet. November 21, 1945 at the KFK type KTSH 232, KFK type KTSH, both minesweepers of the German Navy. They were built on the basis of a small fishing seiner project in 1940-1945, a total of 444 units. 119 minesweepers were received during the division of the German fleet. In 1948, the overwhelming number of boats captured or transferred for reparation were sent to the USSR Ministry of Fisheries. About 40 were used in the Soviet Navy as basic watercraft, and by the beginning of the 50s were expelled from the USSR Navy. Displacement 98,105 tons, length 23 m, speed 12 knots. No. 10. An anti-personnel mine with an inserted fuse was discovered near the diesel engine 233. Archive of the Federal Security Service of Russia for the Saratov region. F. 14. Op. 6. D. 407. L. 108-157. The head of the Smershrock of the Baltic Fleet noted that the British command, seeing that the Soviet side attaches fundamental importance to every fact suspected of sabotage and does not leave any of them unattended, began to take, apparently, the necessary measures. As a result, during January 1946, Soviet representatives no longer encountered facts indicating that the Germans were actively working to disable the ships transferred to the USSR. N.D. Armole, emphasizing that not a single significant act of sabotage was committed on the accepted 50% of the ships, attributed this to the activities that were systematically carried out by the command and the Smersh-RD during the acceptance process. 234. Archive of the Federal Security Service of Russia for the Saratov region. F. 14. Op. 6. D. 407. L. 108-157. During the Great Patriotic War, counterintelligence officers of the Black Sea, Northern and Pacific fleets identified British and American intelligence officers as part of the naval missions of the respective countries, studied the forms and methods of their activities, organized preventive work in Soviet headquarters, units and formations of ships among military personnel who were on business trips abroad. In particular, already 3 months after the start of the war, on September 25, 1941, the head of the 3rd Directorate of the NKVMF of the USSR, Divisional Commissary Petrov, in a special message to the People's Commissar of the Navy N.G. Kuznetsov, was informed that the remaining representatives of the British naval mission in the Black Sea Fleet continued to intensively engage in intelligence work. Through personal observation and conversations with the command staff, they tried to find out in detail what weapons were on this or that ship, their tactical and performance characteristics, etc., and showed interest in the staff of the submarines and their tactical properties. 235. Khristoforov vs. Cherepkov P. Koklov D.U. together with the fleet. Soviet naval counterintelligence in the Great Patriotic War. Historical essays and archival documents. M. 2010, pp. 85-86. Naval counterintelligence believed that British intelligence, along with collecting data on the forces of the fleet, was actively studying the region of the Caucasian coast of the Black Sea not only from a strategic point of view as a possible theater of military operations but also its economy, the relationships of the nationalities living in the region. Counterintelligence officers also paid significant attention to information work when, in the course of the fight against enemy agents in individual units and divisions of the fleet, through intelligence and investigative methods, significant shortcomings in combat training, the state of discipline among personnel, and the preservation of military secrets were revealed that reduced the combat effectiveness of units. This information was immediately communicated orally or in writing to the command of the USSR Navy, fleets, flotillas and coastal units. In this direction, naval counterintelligence officers did a lot of work during the war years which, due to its specifics, cannot be fully taken into account. In total, the counterintelligence agencies of fleets and flotillas sent about 2,500 special messages, of which, on special issues about suspicious connections of military personnel with foreigners, about the situation in naval bases liberated from the enemy and in enemy bases occupied by our fleet, 1054, about shortcomings in combat training, combat readiness and political education of personnel, 415. About violations in the preservation of secret documents, their loss and disclosure of military secrets, 180. On facts of immoral manifestations, anti-commander statements, poor state of discipline, 456. About anti-Soviet manifestations, 292. About abuse of official position and facts of looting, 61-236. Archive of the Federal Security Service of Russia for the Saratov region, F. 14. Op. 6. D. 215. L. 137-138. This information helped the command quickly take measures to eliminate violations and deprive the enemy of the opportunity to exploit existing shortcomings in their activities. During the final period of the Great Patriotic War, naval counterintelligence officers as well as other counterintelligence agencies SMERSH, along with counterintelligence support for fleet formations, carried out the search for foreign intelligence agents, traitors to the motherland and traitors. Naval counterintelligence officers had to study and process a significant amount of information. The wanted lists and materials were multi-volume files containing thousands of documents and photographs. The information they contained was often fragmentary, so employees had to prepare clarifying guidelines and conduct additional checks. The search work produced concrete results. In September 1944, the SMERSH Missile Defense Company of the NKVMF arrested a group of former military personnel of the 8th Division of Minesweepers for the protection of the water area 237, protection of the water area over a set of activities carried out in areas adjacent to the bases of their fleet in order to prevent a sudden attack and maintain conditions for safe navigation and anchorage of ships. Baltic Fleet. After conducting an investigation into the SMERSH missile defense system, the NKVMF sent a special message to the People's Commissar of the USSR Navy NG. Kuznetsov No. 001059 dated September 21, 1945. In September 1941, when the Germans captured the main naval base of Tallinn and the invasion of their first landing units on the island of Basil 238. Basil is the former name of the island of Saaremaa, the largest island in Moonsend archipelago. Area 2673 sqm. Of the Estonian SSR, a group of commanders of the 8th Minesweeper Division of the Over KBF, led by the commander of Minesweeper No. 89-239. Minesweeper No. 89 is a former tugboat of the White Sea Wanga River Shipping Company. Built in 1933-1940, on June 22, 1941 it was converted into a minesweeper and included in the Red Banner Baltic Fleet. participated in the defense of the moons and islands, interned in Sweden in September 1941. Displacement 140 tons, length 23 m, speed 7 knots, crew of 31 people. Commander of Minesweeper No. 82 240. Minesweeper No. 82 is a former tugboat of the White Sea Wanga River Shipping Company. Built in 1935, 0703 1941, converted into a minesweeper and included in the Red Banner Baltic Fleet. Participated in the defense of the moons and islands, interned in Sweden in September 1941. Displacement 140 tons, length 23 m, speed 7 knots. The crew of 31 people agreed among themselves to betray their homeland by leaving on ships to Sweden. On Minesweeper No. 89, the military commissar of the 8th Minesweeper Division, senior political instructor Yakovlev, and the military commissar of Minesweeper No. 89, political instructor Akulov, tried to prevent the commission of an act of treason, but were brutally killed by a group of traitors, and their corpses were thrown into the sea. In order to hide the traces of a terrorist act against the commissars, a group of traitors to the motherland burned their personal belongings and documents in the firebox of the ship. At the same time, the leaders of the treasonous group tried to create a legend that supposedly the commissioners, having not agreed to leave for Sweden, returned by boat to the island of Basil. For this purpose, the ship's boat from Minesweeper No. 89, where the commissars were located, was thrown overboard. Upon arrival in Sweden, the leaders of the treasonous group handed over Minesweepers No. 82 and 89 with their weapons and personnel to the Swedish military authorities. While in Sweden, a group of traitors conducted anti-Soviet propaganda among the interned sailors, subsequently creating, with the help of the Swedish camp administration, an anti-Soviet organization whose goal was to persuade all personnel not to return to their homeland. As a result, 34 people from among the internees refused to return to the USSR. 241, Khristoforov vs. Cherepkov Co-Claudiu. Together with the fleet, Soviet naval counterintelligence in the Great Patriotic War. Historical essays and archival documents. M. 2010. p. 8688. In December 1944, former servicemen of the Baltic Fleet repatriated by the Swedish authorities were arrested by the Smersh missile defense system of the NKVMF. At the end of the investigation, the case was transferred to the Military Collegium of the Supreme Court of the USSR, which, having examined the materials at the court hearing on September 20, 1945, sentenced the organizers of the escape on the basis of Articles 58.1b, 58.8 and 58.11 to capital punishment execution, the rest to imprisonment for periods of 8 to 10 years with confiscation of property and deprivation of commander ranks. By the resolution of the Plenum of the Supreme Court of the USSR of November 28, 1989, the verdict of the Supreme Court of the USSR Armed Forces of September 20, 1945 in relation to the minesweeper commanders was changed. Their actions were reclassified under Article 193(2)(d) of the Criminal Code of the RSFSR, failure to comply with an order given in the course of service, committed in a combat situation, on the basis of which they are considered sentenced to capital punishment with confiscation of property and deprivation of military ranks. 242, KFSB of Russia, Odd, R 20985 T, 2, L, 378-379. The operational search work produced concrete results. So, if in 1944 and the first half of 1945 33 people were arrested in such cases, then in the period from August 1, 1945 to January 1, 1946, 76 people. In addition, 74 enemy agents, traitors and traitors, according to the instructions of the Smersh departments of the Navy, were detained by the counterintelligence agencies of the NKGB, NKVD and GAZ. 243, Smersh. Historical Essays and Archival Documents, ed. 2nd Rev. and Additional M. 2005, p. 263. Chapter 6 Enemy Intelligence and Sabotage Agencies of Nazi Germany. Long before the start of World War I, Hitler's Germany defined the strategic task of seizing the territories of other countries and subjugating most of the states of Europe. Along with building up military-industrial potential, the ruling circles paid close attention to increasing the number and improving the activities of German intelligence and other special services, focusing their main efforts on working against the Soviet Union. While preparing an attack on the USSR back in the fall of 1940, implementing the provisions of the Barbarossa Plan, they instructed the German special services to intensify intelligence work against our country along all lines, including the deployment of agents. The extent of the subversive activities of German intelligence against the USSR is evidenced by the fact that more than 130 German reconnaissance, sabotage and counterintelligence teams and groups and about 60 special schools for training intelligence officers, saboteurs and terrorists for deployment to the rear of Soviet troops operated on the Soviet-German front. Soviet special services and, above all, military counterintelligence agencies in the active army and counterintelligence agencies of the NKVD of the USSR had to face a well-prepared enemy in the person of the Directorate of Military Intelligence and Counterintelligence (ABWEhr), as well as the Reconnaissance and Sabotage Abstract (Zeppelin). The German Military Intelligence and Counterintelligence Agency ABWEhr was organized in 1921, January 1, 1921, the day of formation of the Reichswehr Ministry, as a department of the German War Ministry and was officially listed as the Counterintelligence Agency of the Reichswehr. It should be noted that after the defeat in the First World War, Germany officially did not have its own military intelligence agency in the period from 1919 to 1920. This period in the history of the intelligence service received the term years without intelligence. In 1935, the ABWEhr was headed by an experienced intelligence officer, the future Admiral F.V. Canaris, who at that time had the rank of Captain Zersey, captain of the first rank. In 1938, the military counterintelligence department as a group, German Amtsgruppe ABWEhr, and in 1941, already as the ABWEhr Foreign Directorate, Amt ABWEhr Ausland, became part of the High Command of the Armed Forces of the Wehrmacht, (Wehrmacht). This department was tasked with organizing extensive intelligence and subversive work against countries that Germany was preparing to attack, especially against the Soviet Union. 244 Central Asia FSB of Russia, FPD 1882, p. 11. The ABWEhr Foreign Administration included three main departments: ABWEhr 1, ABWEhr 2, ABWEhr 3, Ausland and Central. The main tasks of the ABWEhr 1 department were to collect intelligence information about the armies, air forces and navies of foreign countries, the economic situation of the countries of the world, strategic reserves, manufactured products for military needs, the state of the defense industry. In addition, this department was engaged in radio interception of enemy communications, production of cover documents and operational equipment, ensuring communications with overseas agents, as well as training radio operators. ABWEhr 2 Organization of sabotage and terrorist activities, development and production of means of terror and sabotage, training and sending agents to the Soviet rear to commit sabotage and terrorist acts, formation of special forces from Germans living in the territories of enemy countries to capture strategically important objects. ABWEhr 3 Counterintelligence work in the armed forces of Nazi Germany, military administrative and military economic institutions and at defense facilities. This department was engaged in disinformation of the enemy through its agents, supervised the radio counterintelligence service and the processing of intercepted radiograms. Ausland Foreign Department studied the economics, foreign and domestic policies of foreign countries. He worked on issues of relations between the German army and foreign armies. The Central Department was responsible for staffing, material and financial support and mobilization work. Practical intelligence, counterintelligence and sabotage work was carried out by the Abwehr's peripheral organs, the Abwehrstelle, which were created under each military district, reported directly to the Abwehrgrenze Directorate and coordinated their work with the intelligence departments 1ts of the headquarters of the military districts. Initially, Abwehrstelle Berlin and Abwehrstelle Königsberg were created, subsequently Abwehrstelle Krakow, Abwehrstelle Vienna, Abwehrstelle Bucharest, Abwehrstelle Sofia, Abwehrstelle Ostland, Abwehrstelle Ukraine, Abwehrstelle south of Ukraine, Abwehrstelle Crimea. In neutral and allied countries with Germany, Kriegsorganisation units performed intelligence and counterintelligence functions. For example, the Center of German Military Intelligence in the Far East, the Kriegsorganisation Far East, was stationed in Shanghai. Its employees worked under the guise of diplomatic, trade, scientific and other missions and were engaged in collecting military political information about the Soviet Far East. In the spring of 1941, on the eve of Germany's attack on the USSR, all army groups of the German army were assigned one Abwehr Reconnaissance, Sabotage and Counterintelligence Command, and the armies were assigned Abwehr groups subordinate to these commands, which, together with the intelligence schools subordinate to them, were the main structures of German military intelligence operating on the Soviet-German front. The Wally headquarters is a special body created by the Abwehrgrenze Directorate in June 1941 to organize reconnaissance and sabotage work against the Soviet Union, which included the following units. Department Valley 1, Management of Military and Economic Intelligence on the Soviet-German front. Subordinate to Valley 1 were reconnaissance teams and groups assigned to the headquarters of army groups and armies to conduct reconnaissance work in the relevant sectors of the front, as well as teams and economic intelligence groups that collected intelligence in prisoner of war camps. Since 1942, a special body, Sonderstab Russia, was directly subordinate to Valley 1, which carried out intelligence work to identify partisan detachments, anti-fascist organizations and groups in the rear of the active German army. Department Valley 2, Management of Abwehr Commandos and Abwehrgruppen in carrying out sabotage and terrorist acts in units and formations of the Red Army, in the NKVD troops as well as in the rear of the active army. Department Valley 3, Management of Counterintelligence activities of subordinate Abwehr Commandos and Abwehrgruppen in the fight against Soviet intelligence officers, the partisan movement and the anti-fascist underground in the occupied territory of the USSR in the rear of the Red Army. In large cities occupied by the Wehrmacht that had important strategic and industrial significance, such as Tallinn, Rovno, Minsk, Kiev and Dnepropetrovsk, local counterintelligence branches were stationed, Abwehrnabinste, Anst, and in small cities located near the border and convenient for sending agents, their branches were located in Außenste. In large garrisons, fortified areas and individual industrial centers, there were representatives of ACT and ANST, Abwehr officers who were engaged in counterintelligence work among the local population, in military units and at industrial enterprises. Until the summer of 1942, three army groups operated on the Soviet-German front, initially called Army Groups A, B and C, or Groups SD, South, Mid, Center, and North. The reconnaissance Abwehr commandos assigned to these groups were called Abwehr Commandos 1A, 1B and 1C, or Abwehr Commandos 1SD, 1 Mid, 1 Nord. Sabotage teams had similar names with the addition of the number 2, Abwehr Commando 2A, etc. And counterintelligence teams, the number 3, Abwehr Commandos A, etc. These same teams were simultaneously named after the call signs of their radio stations: Mercury, Saturn, Orion, Mars, Neptune. In the summer of 1942, the army groups Sud A, Sud B and Don were formed, to which new Abwehr Commandos and Abwehrgruppen were assigned through the Abwehr line. The names of the Abwehr Commandos and Abwehrgruppen also changed at the same time. They were given new numbering. Intelligence teams and groups were numbered from 101 and above, sabotage from 201 and above, counterintelligence from 301 and above, economic intelligence from 150 and above. In addition to the ABUR commandos, the Warsaw School for the Training of Intelligence Officers and Radio Operators, as well as the Intelligence School in the town of Niedersee, East Prussia, with a branch in Aris, organized in 1943 for the training of intelligence officers and radio operators, were directly subordinate to the Wally headquarters left in the rear of the advancing Soviet troops. In 1944, during the reorganization of the ABUR bodies, the departments Wally 1, Wally 2 and Wally 3, together with their subordinate bodies, became part of the Military Directorate and the V Directorate of the RSH, receiving new names. Leading frontline intelligence body on East, the ABUR commandos and ABUR Gruppen subordinate to them began to be called Frontaufklärungskommando and Frontaufklärungsgruppen, retaining the same numbering. In their practical activities, the teams created through the department Valley 1, ABUR 1, were engaged in collecting intelligence data about units of the Red Army and NKVD troops, defensive structures on the front lines of army groups. During the war, 6 reconnaissance ABUR commandos operated on the Soviet-German front: 101, 102, 103, 104, 105 and 106, each subordinated from 3 to 6 ABUR Gruppen. The Counterintelligence Agency Sonderstab R, Special Headquarters Russia, was created by the ABUR in 1942 and was directly subordinate to the head of Wally 1. The headquarters was stationed in Warsaw and was engaged in intelligence reconnaissance and the disintegration of partisan detachments, identifying persons associated with the partisans, underground anti-fascist groups and organizations. Since October 1943, Sonderstab R was entrusted with conducting human intelligence in the rear of the Soviet troops. Special purpose units were formed to carry out reconnaissance and sabotage terrorist actions. In 1939, in the town of Sliak in Czechoslovakia, the ABUR 2 department formed a special purpose company, which was later transformed into a battalion stationed in Brandenburg. In the spring of 1940, the battalion was reorganized into the Special Purpose Regiment Brandenburg 800, and in November 1942, on the basis of the regiment, the Special Purpose Division Brandenburg 800 was formed, consisting of the division headquarters and 5 regiments: 800, 1802, 803, 804 and 805. Units of the Brandenburg 800 Division carried out acts of sabotage and terrorism and reconnaissance work behind the lines of Soviet troops on instructions from the ABUR and the German military command. They captured strategic targets and held them until the main forces of the Wehrmacht arrived. Organized gangs from the local population conducted military reconnaissance on the front line in order to capture the language and undermine defensive structures, and also committed terrorist acts. Individual regiments took part in the fight against the partisan movement. Initially, the Brandenburg 800 units were staffed mainly by Germans who spoke foreign languages and partly by Germans living in countries occupied by Germany. Later, the division's units began to receive prisoners of war from England, France and other countries that were at war with Germany. 245 Central Asia FSB of Russia, FPD 1882 pp. 241-247. The Elector Training Regiment was created by the ABUR Zagrani Directorate in Brandenburg on the basis of the 805th Regiment of the Brandenburg 800 Division in the spring of 1943. The regiment was one of the central sabotage and reconnaissance schools of ABUR II. Official employees and agents of the ABUR were trained there. The personnel for the regiment were selected by ABUR officers in German military units. As a rule, private and non-commissioned officers were taken into the regiment, and only Germans. Upon completion of their studies, agents who spoke Russian were sent to ABUR Commando 203 to receive assignments and subsequent transfer to the rear of the Red Army. The Bergmann Highlander Battalion was formed by the ABUR 2 department in the fall of 1941 near the city of New Hammer as a special military unit intended to conduct subversive work in the Caucasus. The battalion was staffed by Soviet prisoners of war, immigrants from the North Caucasus and Transcaucasia, as well as German volunteers who served in the Wehrmacht mountain divisions. The battalion's personnel numbered 1,500 people and was divided into 5 companies. Directly at the battalion headquarters there was a platoon of demolitions and special forces groups. In September 1942, 2 additional cavalry squadrons were created. Units of the Bergman battalion operated in the rear of the Soviet troops. Their tasks were to destroy communications, create panic among the troops and among the local population, capture and intelligence interviews of prisoners and distribute leaflets. The company commanders of the Bergman battalion had special training and carried out recruiting work among anti-Soviet local residents of the occupied regions of the North Caucasus. At the end of July 1943, the Bergman battalion was renamed the Mountaineer Regiment, redeployed first to the Crimea and then to Bulgaria, Greece, Albania and Yugoslavia, where it participated in the protection of communications and combat operations against Partisans 246, Central Asia FSB of Russia, FPD 1882, p. 254-255, the Reconnaissance and Sabotage Abstract Zeppelin. The Zeppelin enterprise was created for subversive activities for the political disintegration of the Soviet rear in March 1942 by the main Directorate of Imperial Security of Nazi Germany, Russia. The Zeppelin headquarters consisted of the apparatus of the head of the agency and 3 departments. Department Set 1, Staffing and Operational Management of Subordinate Bodies, supplying agents with equipment and equipment. Department Set 2, Agent Training. Department Set 3, Processing of Materials on the activities of special camps, frontline teams and agents transferred to the rear of the USSR 247, IBED, pp. 505-508. Zeppelin was guided by the action plan for the political disintegration of the Soviet Union. This task was supposed to be carried out by sending specially trained agents into the deep rear areas of the Soviet Union, which are of great defensive importance, as well as into national regions and republics to collect intelligence data on the political situation in the USSR, conduct nationalist anti-Soviet propaganda, organize an insurgency and carry out terrorist acts. In the spring of 1942, Zeppelin sent 4 special commands, Sonderkommandos, to the Soviet German front, which were assigned to the operational groups of the security police and SD under the main Wehrmacht army groups. The Zeppelin Sonderkommandos were engaged in the selection of prisoners of war for subsequent recruitment in training camps, collected information about the political and military economic situation of the USSR by interviewing prisoners of war, collected uniforms for equipping agents, military documents and other materials for use in intelligence work. All materials, documents and equipment were sent to the command headquarters and selected prisoners of war were sent to special Zeppelin camps. In the spring of 1943, the Sonderkommandos were disbanded and instead of them, 2 main teams were created on the Soviet German front, Russland Mitte, later renamed Russland Nord, and Russland SD or Redder headquarters, which concentrated their efforts in the northern and southern directions. Each of Zeppelin's main commands was a powerful intelligence agency, numbering several hundred employees and agents. They reported only to Zeppelin headquarters in Berlin and had operational independence, recruiting, training and dispatching agents while coordinating their actions with other intelligence agencies and military command. After the Soviet troops went on the offensive along the entire front, Zeppelin intensified its work on organizing acts of sabotage at military facilities and collecting intelligence data, and began preparing and sending sabotage and terrorist groups across the front line. The sabotage and terrorist body SS Jagdverband SS Fighter Formation was created in May-June 1944 as a special body for preparing and carrying out particularly important tasks of a sabotage and terrorist nature in the location of units of the Red Army and Navy forces. The personnel of the SS Jagdverband consisted of persons well trained for subversive activities. These were mainly official employees and agents of the Abwehr and Zeppelin, as well as persons who had previously served in the Brandenburg 800 Division and the SS troops. As its activities expanded, the body's personnel were replenished with former police officers, members of punitive squads, security battalions, various fascist nationalist formations, as well as Wehrmacht soldiers. The main headquarters consisted of the following main departments. Department 1A, Planning Sabotage Operations. Department 1B, Dispatch of Intelligence and Combat Groups, Management of their actions and logistical support. Department 1C, Collection and Processing of Intelligence Information, conducting counterintelligence work among the personnel of the agency. Department 1D, Providing Radio Communications. Operations Department for Special Use, Selection and Training of Personnel. Directly subordinate to the main headquarters were two special combat units, the 502nd Jaeger Battalion and the 600th Paratrooper Battalion. In October 1944, to conduct subversive work in the territories of the Soviet Baltic Republics and the northern part of Poland liberated from German occupation, a branch of the SS Jaguar Band was created under the code name Jaguar Band Ost, Fighter Formation East, consisting of a headquarters and 3 special purpose companies and several sabotage groups. Each company had its own special purpose and was used by headquarters as needed as an independent combat unit. At the Jaguar Band Ost headquarters there were 2 small, 17-18 people each, sabotage groups that trained saboteurs for transfer to the rear of the Red Army. All units of the Jaguar Band Ost were divided into 2 groups, the Baltic, Jagdeinsatz Baltikum, and the All-Russian. The Baltic group created rebel and sabotage gangs in the Baltic states and also prepared a wide network of agents for a long-term settlement. In August 1944, in Latvia, employees of the SS Jaguar Band created the sabotage and terrorist organization Mezhakati Wildcat, which consisted of separate sabotage and terrorist detachments staffed on the principle of fraternity from volunteers of Latvian SS divisions, police and Nazi collaborators, members of the Latvian nationalist organization ARG. In addition to Mezhakati, the Baltic group had at its disposal a unit of Latvian saboteurs and an Estonian SS company. Before the war, reconnaissance functions in the interests of the German Navy were performed by Group IM Navy, Group IM Marine, divided into sectors, whose main task was to collect intelligence reports. Counterintelligence support for the Kriegsmarine was carried out by subgroup IEM Abwehr IE, Counterintelligence. Sector IM West was responsible for intelligence in the West and the transatlantic in cooperation with regional offices in Hamburg, Bremen, Kiel, Wilhelmshaven, Cologne and Stuttgart. In addition, he exchanged information with Germany's allies, Spain and Italy. Sector IM Northwest. Sector IM Northwest conducted reconnaissance activities off the coast of Great Britain and the United States as well as their transatlantic colonies and coordinated its work with the intelligence services of the navies of Denmark, Norway, Sweden and other countries. Sector IM Southwest. Sector IM Slidwest carried out reconnaissance off the coast of France and its colonies and interacted with the intelligence services of the Netherlands, Belgium and Luxembourg. Sector IM Northeast. Sector IM Nordost collected information in the area of the northern sea routes of the USSR and Poland, also using intelligence information from Latvia, Lithuania and Sweden. Sector IM Southeast. Sector IM Sydost collected data in the zone of the southern sea routes of the Soviet Union and Poland in cooperation with the intelligence services of Romania, Greece, Turkey, Iran and Afghanistan. Sector IMT Technology. Sector IMT Technique oversaw issues of technical and economic intelligence. Before the war, Sector IM East. Sector IM West was engaged in collecting intelligence information in the East. He relied on reports from his regional offices in Stettin, Königsberg and Vienna, and also exchanged information with intelligence services in Finland, Estonia, Bulgaria, Japan and Hungary. The primary task of the Vostok sector was reconnaissance of the composition, weapons and plans for using the Navy of the Soviet Union, while emphasizing the creation of intelligence positions among the military personnel of the RKKF and the establishment of communication channels with covert sources. Since the beginning of the war, the German reconnaissance agency MAC Marine Einsatzkommando des Schwarzen Meeres, a special naval reconnaissance team for the Black and Azov Seas Field Post No. 12,965, consisting of 40 people, was distinguished by its active subversive activities against the Black Sea Fleet. Initially, it was located in Bucharest, Romania, and was an independent unit. With the outbreak of the war against the USSR, the sea team relocated to Soviet territory and divided into two groups. The first group went to Odessa, the other to Nikolaev. Later, both groups united in Nikolaev, from where they moved to Yalta. In 1941-1942 the team included about 30 white emigrants, members of the Bulgarian branch of the Russian All-Military Union (RAUS), 248 Russian All-Military Union (RAUS), an organization that included emigrant military and naval associations and unions of the White Army in 1924-1940, created by order of P.N. Wrangel on September 1, 1924 in Sremski Karlovci, Serbia. This form of being made it possible to fulfill the main task of the military command in exile, maintaining existing and training new army personnel. It included all units as well as military societies and unions that accepted the order for execution. The internal structure of individual military units was kept intact. The MRO itself acted as a unifying and governing organization. Essentially, the MRO became the legal successor of the White Army. The first chairman of the MRO was the Commander-in-Chief. The general management of the MRO's affairs was concentrated at Wrangel's headquarters. The chairman of the MRO at different times were P.N. Wrangel, 1924-1928 AP. Kutpov, 1928-1930 EK. Miller, 1930-1937 FF. Abramov, 1937-1938 AP. Arkhangelsky, 1938-1957. Recruited by Ast Sofia, so-called Russian group, consisting mainly of white immigrants living in Bulgaria. Later, the Russian group was included in the Abwehrstelle of the south of Ukraine. The main task of the Sonderkommando was to collect information about the military and merchant fleets, about ports, port facilities and shipbuilding industry enterprises, about the organization and state of coastal defense. Information was obtained mainly through interrogations of Soviet prisoners of war, listening to Soviet radio broadcasts, and analyzing materials from newspapers published in military units of the Black Sea Fleet. All materials collected from these sources were summarized, analyzed and in processed form were transferred directly to Admiral Konoris, the head of the Abwehr 249 archive of the Russian FSB Directorate for the Saratov region. F14 Op 6 D 215 L 173-174. In February 1943, the MAC was disbanded and the leadership and personnel joined the Abwehrkommando Nachrichtenbeobachter The Naval Reconnaissance Abwehrkommando Nachrichtenbeobachter formed at the end of 1941, beginning of 1942 in Berlin, was one of the main enemy intelligence agencies in the Black Sea Theater. In 1942, the team was sent to Simferopol, where it remained until October 1943. In operational terms, Denbo, reporting directly to the control of the Abwehr Foreign, collected intelligence data on the forces of the Soviet fleet in the Black and Azov Seas river flotillas of the Black Sea Basin, as well as naval units of the Black Sea border district of the NKVD. At the same time, during her stay in Crimea, she fought against reconnaissance and sabotage residencies of the NKVD and partisan detachments, and was also used to conduct reconnaissance of the deep rear of units and the coastal strip, and organize sabotage and terrorist acts. Gradually, the NBO extended its reconnaissance and subversive activity to the North Caucasus, collecting information about parts of the North Caucasus front. Bakhtar in its structure was a widely ramified naval intelligence agency, which had large forces and technical means. The management team had extensive experience in intelligence and counterintelligence work. It had a branched structure. Management up to 90 employees, 2 reconnaissance teams, a sabotage team, a group for recruiting captured sailors, a prisoner of war camp, and an agent training school. In the most tactically important points, NBO activities against the Black Sea Fleet were carried out through special teams stationed in Kirk and Mariupol. In the activities of the NBO, a special place was given to the training and deployment of saboteurs and terrorists to the locations of units and formations of the Soviet fleet. For this purpose, the NBO coordinated its work with Army Intelligence, the Abwehr 2 team, specially attached to the NBO for this purpose. 4 special schools were engaged in the training of NBO agents, intelligence officers, saboteurs and radio operators in the village of Tavel 250. Tavel, since 1945, Krasnoseli, is a village, part of the Dobrovsky village council of the Simferopol region of Crimea. The first documentary mention dates back to 1784. Radio operators in Yevpatoria, intelligence officers in Simis 251. Simis is an urban-type settlement on the southern coast of Crimea. It is part of the Yalta urban district of the Republic of Crimea, located on the Black Sea coast, at the foot of Mount Koshka. The name of the village is of Greek origin and means flag, and Mariupol. These schools trained mainly former soldiers of the Soviet Navy who were captured or voluntarily defected to the enemy. However, starting in 1944, schools began to be staffed by white immigrants and civilians who, for one reason or another, began to collaborate with the Nazis. Airplanes, boats and submarines were usually used to transport NBO agents to the Soviet Rear 252 archive of the Russian FSB Directorate for the Saratov region. F-14, Op. 6, D. 215, L. 173-181. In October 1943, the NBO was relocated to Kherson, then to Nikolaev and then to Odessa. In April 1944, the team moved to the vicinity of Vienna, where it was disbanded in October 1944. The German Naval Reconnaissance Condor showed significant activity in conducting reconnaissance activities. It was not limited to conducting reconnaissance work against the Black Sea Fleet while simultaneously carrying out reconnaissance against Turkey and England. Condor was directly subordinate to the reconnaissance unit of the German General Staff stationed in Vienna. The intelligence school was also located there. This intelligence agency carried out reconnaissance of the Black Sea Fleet until the entry of Red Army units into Bulgaria. In the last period of the war, Condor, foreseeing the development of the situation not in favor of Nazi Germany, began to show great activity in recruiting and planting agents in the Black Sea ports of the USSR, Bulgaria and Romania for long-term settlement. 253 Archive of the Federal Security Service of Russia for the Saratov region. F-14, Op. 6, D. 215, L. 170-173. Thus, the military counterintelligence agencies of the Black Sea Fleet had to face a wide network of enemy intelligence agencies and wage a continuous struggle with his professionally trained agents. The professionalism of German agents can be judged by the text of the special message from the head of the 3rd Directorate of the NKVMF of the USSR, Divisional Commissary Petrov, addressed to the People's Commissar of Internal Affairs of the USSR LP. Beria on January 10, 1942. The head of the English Naval Mission, Rear Admiral Miles, said that he knows the following from an English source located at one of the headquarters of the German Army. The command of the German Army has a number of originals of top-secret documents of the Black Sea Fleet, which include code with the key of naval navigators for the Kirk region and the entire Caucasus. Secret instructions for naval navigators dated August 15, 1941. Highly secret communications of the USSR Navy according to the barricade scheme for the cities of Feodosia and Chad, as Cape Chad is called in the text of the document Author, dated September 17, 1941. For maps with the exact situation of military operations and the location of our units. A. Map No. 1356 of the Novorossiysk district. B. No. 2232 and 2397 district of Kirk. C. No. 2203 district of Feodosia. D. No. 2319 districts. Kirk and Novorossiysk 254. Khristoforov vs. Cherepkov P. Koklaudiu. Together with the fleet, Soviet naval counterintelligence in the Great Patriotic War. Historical essays and archival documents. M. 2010, pp. 139-140. In the north, the most active were German naval intelligence agencies stationed in naval bases and ports. German in Trondheim 255, Trondheim, Hope. Trondheim is the third most populous city in Norway, located at the mouth of the Nidelva River on the banks of the Trondheim Fjord. The administrative center of the province of Sør-Trøndelag. Troms 256. Troms is a city and commune in Norway, the administrative center of the province of Troms, the eighth most populous city in the country. The city center is located almost 400 km north of the Arctic Circle. Received city status in 1794. Altenfjord 257. Altenfjord, Altafjord, is a fjord in the vicinity of the city of Alta, Finnmark province in Norway. Belongs to the waters of the Norwegian Sea. The length is about 38 km. Kirkenes 258. Kirkenes Norrkirkenes, Finnmarksnimi, is a city and port in the northeastern part of Norway in the province of Finnmark, 8 km from the Russian border. Located in one of the branches of the Varangerfjord. Var 259. Vardø is a city and commune in Norway. Located in the province of Finnmark, the northernmost part of Norway on the island of Vard, 6 km long, located in the north of the Varangian Gulf. In the status of a city since 1789. Hammerfest 260. Hammerfest is a city and port in the far north of Norway, the northernmost city in Europe, in the province of Finnmark at the North Cape, and Vads 261. Vads is a city in Norway, the center of the province Finnmark, located on the southern coast of the Varanger Peninsula off the coast of the Arctic Ocean. In the status of a city since 1833, northern Norway, and Finnish in Petsamo, northern Finland. The intelligence agency in Troms had branches in Kirkenes, Hammerfest and Alta, Altenfjord, subordinate to it. The Kirkenes reconnaissance unit was stationed in the town of Hessen and controlled the entire area south of the Varanger Fjord 262. Varanger Fjord, Verensky Bay, is a fjord in the Barents Sea, between the Russian Rybaki Peninsula and the Norwegian Varanger Peninsula. Norway's easternmost fjord, length 90 km, width at the entrance up to 50 km, depth 420 m, and the Varanger Peninsula. As the main link in the system of intelligence agencies in the north, it carried out its activities through a wide network of intelligence posts. The leadership of the department consisted of Germans. The agents were mainly Norwegians. The reconnaissance unit in the port of Alta, Altenfjord, where the enemy's main naval base in the north was located, was also responsible for counterintelligence services for German sailors, mainly members of the crew of the flagship of the German Navy, the battleship Tirpitz. In addition, it trained agents intended to settle in the event of the arrival of Allied troops in the port area. The subversive activities of the Finnish General Staff against the Northern Fleet were carried out through the Lapland Intelligence Department, stationed in Rovaniemi 263. Rovaniemi is a city and municipality in Finland, the administrative center of the province of Lappi. It is located 8 km south of the Arctic Circle, at the confluence of two large northern rivers, Aunasjoki and Kymijoki. Distance to Helsinki 800 km. his work was under the complete control of German intelligence agencies. This intelligence department prepared reconnaissance and sabotage actions, transferred agents and saboteurs to the rear areas of Soviet territory as well as to the Northern Fleet. When transferring and infiltrating agents, the enemy used various methods. Transfer with the help of aviation, the passage of agents across the front line under the guise of escaping from captivity, and, finally, the recruitment of agents to remain in the territory occupied by the advancing units of the Red Army. 264 Archive of the Federal Security Service of Russia for the Saratov region, F. 14, Op. 6, D. 215, L. 186-188. The main intelligence activity against the Baltic Fleet during the war was carried out by the German intelligence agency Abwehrdienst. The headquarters of this unit was located on Kojula Street in a quiet and fashionable district of occupied Tallinn, Kadriorg, under the sign of the Volunteer Recruitment Bureau or Selrius Bureau. The special agency was headed by an experienced intelligence officer, naval officer frigate captain A. Selrius. Anstrival was subordinate to the intelligence agency Abwehrdienst, which was stationed in Riga and directed all reconnaissance and sabotage activities of German intelligence in the northern sectors of the front, including against the Baltic Fleet. At the same time, all counterintelligence activities in the Baltic states were concentrated in this unit. At the first stage of the war, the main task of the Selrius Bureau was sabotage work against Soviet troops. Subsequently, the main task of the Bureau was intelligence work against Soviet Army and Navy units, counterintelligence work in the occupied Baltic states, as well as intelligence work in Finland and neutral Sweden. Anstrival included special aerial reconnaissance points at Luft, Tallinn, and maritime reconnaissance points at Marine, Leningrad region. Anstrival was engaged in the recruitment, training and transfer of agents, the organization of landing groups for sabotage on the Baltic Sea coast and the islands of the Gulf of Finland. This intelligence agency had a powerful radio station, conventionally called Pagar, maritime transport and aviation, as well as warehouses for uniforms, equipment, weapons and food, the central of which was located on Tuomkoninga Street in Tallinn. Since 1942, Anstrival has created a wide network of its intelligence schools in Estonia and Latvia. 265 Archive of the Russian FSB Directorate for the Saratov region, F. 14, Op. 6, D. 215, L. 160-163. The German Reconnaissance Point Kriegsorganisation Finland (KOF), created in April 1941 and stationed in Helsinki, actively acted against the Red Banner Baltic Fleet. He also reported to Abwehrdienst and worked closely with Anstrival. The KOF staff consisted of up to 70 official employees, mainly Germans, partly Finns and Estonians, whose tasks included organizing reconnaissance and sabotage activities against units of the Red Army and Red Banner Baltic Fleet forces, naval and land landing operations. 266 IBED, L. 164. In particular, in the very first hours of the war, the KOF deployed the RNP Reconnaissance and Sabotage Detachment to Estonia. The detachment was staffed by 14 intelligence radio operators who graduated from intelligence school in the Finnish town of Sek, and 70 former Estonian soldiers and officers who fled to Finland at the time of the establishment of Soviet power in Estonia. The unit was intended for active combat operations in the rear of the Red Army and was the base from which German intelligence drew personnel for espionage and subversive activities on the territory of the Estonian SSR. The first half of the group was dropped on the evening of July 6, 1941 on the coast of Kunda Bay. 267. Kunda Bay is a bay on the southern coast of the Gulf of Finland at the mouth of the Kunda River near the Estonian city of the same name in Elnivaru County. By boats of the Finnish Navy, and the second half by plane in Harju County, Estonian SSR. During terrorist and sabotage acts, not only Soviet military personnel but also the civilian population of the Republic became victims of RNP. Subsequently, members of the group, in addition to reconnaissance and sabotage work, were used in conducting operations on the islands of Muhu, Saaremaa, Hiiumaa to capture and destroy the Red Army soldiers, party and Soviet activists remaining in the occupied territory. RNI was disbanded in October 1941 and its personnel were sent to work in the police, Armacades units and German intelligence agencies stationed in Estonia. The team of the reconnaissance and sabotage body Zeppelin, Rusland Nord was entrusted with conducting military political intelligence in the deep rear of the Red Army and Navy, committing sabotage, organizing terrorist attacks and leading the national underground. The team had its branches in large settlements along the front line, which maintained close contacts with other German intelligence, counterintelligence and punitive agencies. In January 1944, after the defeat of the Wehrmacht near Leningrad and Novgorod, the Nazis, having calculated the situation, created several intelligence agencies in the Baltic states specifically designed for reconnaissance and sabotage activities against units of the Red Army and the forces of the Red Banner Baltic Fleet. Their responsibilities included the creation of an extensive intelligence network, sabotage groups and underground nationalist formations in the territory abandoned by German troops. One of these special agencies was Nordpol, which carried out particularly active work against the Baltic Fleet. Having a cadre of experienced intelligence officers, an excellent material and technical base, significant funds, a network of schools and agents trained in them, Nordpol, starting in January 1944, launched extensive activities to recruit and train agents intended to settle in the rear Red Army and in the Baltic ports. This body created reconnaissance and sabotage groups in various regions of Estonia, Latvia and Lithuania in advance. They were supplied with communications equipment, weapons, food, false documents, Red Army and naval uniforms. The groups were also charged with carrying out terrorist acts against officers, soldiers and sailors of the Red Army and the Red Banner Baltic Fleet, representatives of the Soviet government and party bodies. 268 Archive of the Federal Security Service of Russia for the Saratov region, F. 14, Op. 6, D. 215, L. 168-169. Another German intelligence unit that operated in the last period of the war had similar areas of activity. The Advanced Reconnaissance Point of Abwehr Commando 166, Falast 1, from January 1945. Eastern Front Intelligence, which began its activities in May 1944 on the territory of Latvia, and later in the area surrounding the Wehrmacht group in Courland. Falast 1 had a special school for training reconnaissance radio operators, saboteurs and terrorists. From the agents who graduated from it, groups of 5-10 people were created, which were sent to strategically important areas of the Baltic states and the coast of the Baltic Sea. In addition, special groups of frontline intelligence officers were formed, consisting of 3 to 5 intelligence saboteurs and 1 radio operator. To transfer agents to the Soviet rear, the Germans used land, air or water routes. Groups of 3 to 5 people were sent mainly by plane or boat. 269 IBED, L. 169-171. In addition to these units, Abwehr Commando 166M, formed in May 1944 in Tallinn, carried out reconnaissance work on the coast of the Baltic Sea and the Gulf of Finland. She sent agents trained at an intelligence school in the town of Kielejoe into the Soviet rear. A number of German intelligence schools functioned in the Baltics. In Riga, Valga, Ventspils especially, many schools were located in the vicinity of Tallinn. Kamne 270. Kamne Manor is an estate located in the village of Kamne in northern Estonia in the Harku parish of Harju County. Founded in 1620. Let's Lights 271. Let's Lights, a farmstead manor in northern Estonia near the town of Paldiski in Harju County. Kielejoe 272. Kielejoe, a small village in the Kiele parish of Harju County in northern Estonia. Until 1917 it was called Fall. As well as in Vanansi 273. Vanansi is a city in the south of Estonia in Viru County. and Vihula 274. Vihula is a manor located in northern Estonia 4 km from the coast of the Gulf of Finland in Elnivaru County, in the territory of Laima National Park. The manor buildings in their present form were built in 1820-1880. In March 1944, 6 months before the Red Army entered Tallinn on the outskirts of the city, in Pirita, another intelligence school was created, in which 25 people studied. A characteristic detail: 24 cadets are Estonians who were previously imprisoned in a Tallinn prison. All schools trained intelligence officers, radio operators and demolition officers. Their recruitment was carried out mainly through the recruitment of Soviet prisoners of war held in nearby camps in Riga, Tallinn, Viljandi and other cities. As the counterintelligence officers of the Baltic Fleet established the reconnaissance schools at the Kamni Manor and in the village of Kilejoe, which were staffed mainly by prisoners of war, sailors of the Red Banner Baltic Fleet had a naval specialization. They trained scouts and saboteurs specifically for deployment to bases and behind the lines of the Soviet fleet. The heads of the schools, as a rule, were career German intelligence officers, and the staff of teachers, instructors, commandants, foremen, administrative, economic and service personnel was staffed by former commanders of the Red Army and Navy who voluntarily defected to the enemy. Depending on their specialization, cadets were taught topography, organization and tactics of the Red Army, methods of work of counterintelligence agencies NKVD, NKGB and SMERSH, methods of conducting reconnaissance and camouflage on the ground, radio business, reception and transmission of radiograms, coding and encryption of information. The first graduations from intelligence schools located in the Baltics date back to the second half of 1942. In total, during the period of their existence they trained up to 200 agents. In July 1944, all cadets were withdrawn to Normandy. 275 Khristoforov vs. Cheripkov P. Koklaudiu. Together with the fleet, Soviet naval counterintelligence in the Great Patriotic War, historical essays and archival documents, M. 2010, p. 94-95, Intelligence Agencies of Romania. On the eve of the Great Patriotic War, Romanian intelligence carried out its activities as part of the Romanian secret police, Siguranța, which was located in 1921-1944, subordinate to the General Directorate of the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Romanian intelligence carried out reconnaissance activities on the territory of the Odessa region, the Moldavian Autonomous Soviet Socialist Republic, Vinnytsia, Kamenets Podolsk regions and the Transnistrian Strip bordering Romania, identifying the locations of military units of the Red Army in these regions, their technical equipment, the state of the Air Force and air defense, defensive structures, as well as the presence of people of Romanian nationality in the Red Army units. Intelligence activities against the Black Sea Fleet and military units of the Red Army were carried out by the Special Information Service (SIS), which was an organ of the Council of Ministers of Romania and performed intelligence and counterintelligence functions within the country and abroad. The SIS consisted of an intelligence department, a counterintelligence department, a propaganda department and a radio department, and had a network of its own consulates and military attaches. On the border with the USSR in the cities of Iasi and Suceava, there were sea intelligence centers that transferred agents across the state border to Bessarabia and Bukovina. The agents were tasked with clarifying the internal political situation of these areas, the mood of the population, and the activities of Soviet government institutions, including security agencies and the armed forces. In May 1941, Admiral V. Canaris visited Bucharest, who set the task for Romanian intelligence to intensify activities against the USSR. He told the head of the SIS, G. Khristoforov, that a war against the Soviet Union might soon begin, and asked to be informed what new information he had regarding the USSR. Conneris was given detailed information about the Red Army units located in the south of the USSR. It was clear that the Romanians had relatively well-established intelligence of the border regions of the Soviet Union, from where they regularly received information about the redeployment of Red Army units and about all the changes that took place there. 276 state security agencies in the Great Patriotic War. T1. Book 2. M. 1995. S. 200-201. During the Great Patriotic War, the 2nd Department of the General Staff of the Romanian Army worked actively. At the headquarters of the Corps Army and Infantry of the Romanian Army, there was the 2nd Bureau of the 2nd Department of the General Staff of the Romanian Army, which was engaged in sending agents to the rear of the Red Army units, recruiting agents from the military personnel of the Romanian Army who had family or other connections on the territory of the USSR, as well as from among local residents. As a rule, full-time employees of the 2nd Bureau were sent to the rear of the Red Army units to a depth of 100 km from the front line. The transfer of agents was carried out by illegally crossing the front line. Romanian intelligence agents were given tasks along a set route to collect information about the location of Red Army units and their equipment, headquarters, military warehouses, airfields, and the presence of fortifications. After the entry of Red Army units into the territory of Romania, the 2nd Bureau, through agents, found out the attitude of the local population towards the Red Army soldiers, the self-government bodies created on the territory of Romania, and the persons, Romanians, who worked in them, what taxes were imposed on the population, what money was in circulation. Gave the order to buy lay issued by the Soviet Command. 277 state security bodies of the USSR in the Great Patriotic War. T5. Book 2. M. 2007. pp. 223-225. Beginning in May 1944, Romanian intelligence significantly intensified its reconnaissance activities near the rear 1st and 2nd Ukrainian fronts and committing terrorist acts in the frontline areas of the Chernivtsi region. For these purposes, in the foothills of the Carpathians, in places that were a neutral zone, partisan detachments operated, which included local residents who knew the terrain of northern Bukovina well, and soldiers of the Romanian army. The created false partisan detachments were, in essence, reconnaissance and sabotage detachments of the Romanian intelligence, whose members were actively used to commit sabotage on the main communications of the Red Army, collect intelligence information and commit terrorist acts against representatives of the Red Army and local assets. On the territory of the USSR temporarily occupied by the Romanians, the entire Secret Service was concentrated in the so-called Department of the Agents of the Eastern Front, which had the codename Vulture Eagle. 278. Romania declared war on the USSR on June 22, 1941. From its territory they came out against the USSR three armies, 11th German, 3rd and 4th Romanian, numbering over 600,000 people, who was engaged in intelligence and counterintelligence activities, including reconnaissance against the Black Sea Fleet. The Eastern Front agents were subordinate to the sea and organized their activities on a territorial basis, with the exception of special groups operating directly behind the front line. She had three divisions under her control, the so-called Central 1, 2 and 3, which in turn consisted of departments and groups. In addition to collecting intelligence about the Soviet fleet, Central's tasks included fighting Soviet intelligence and the partisan movement. Central 3 was especially active in occupied Odessa. 279, Archive of the Russian FSB Directorate for the Saratov region, F14, Op. 6, D. 215, L. 184-186. Eastern Front agents had the main task of in-depth reconnaissance of the armed forces, economy and internal political situation of the USSR, and the source of information was a survey of prisoners of war, defectors, agents of our intelligence and counterintelligence agencies detained and exposed behind enemy lines, Soviet citizens remaining in the occupied territory, and the use of various captured documents. During the first period, Vulture did not conduct intelligence work behind the front line. along with reconnaissance as a subordinate task. Volterral in the zone of deployment of large units and formations of the Romanian army performed counterintelligence functions, acquiring agents among the local population for these purposes. In Bucharest there was the first echelon of agents of the Eastern Front, whose task was to receive, summarize and transfer to the sea center all materials coming from mobile organs at the front and stationary information centers, in particular in Odessa and Chisinau. At the front there was a mobile headquarters of the Eastern Front agents, which headed and directed the work of mobile centers stationed at the headquarters of large Romanian formations. The mobile centers, in turn, were subordinate to sub-centers, which were usually located in the area of operation of smaller formations of the Romanian army. The sub-centers established a residency and sent out separate operational groups that operated in a given area. Throughout the war, the sea bodies, both at the center and locally, actively collaborated with German intelligence agencies. As part of the central apparatus of the sea, a special department G, Germany, was created, which coordinated intelligence work with the Germans at the front and within the country. In practice, the cooperation of the sea with the Germans resulted in a systematic exchange of information, arrestees, agents, captured documents, etc. All documents characterizing the state of the Red Army, the situation in the occupied territory, the economic and internal political situation of the Soviet rear, as a rule, were sent in copies to the German reconnaissance, German intelligence, in turn, though not as conscientiously as the Romanians, transferred copies of generalized documents to the sea. In 1944, the Special Information Service was renamed the Information Service (SI) and was subordinated to the Romanian War Ministry. Intelligence and sabotage agencies of Finland in the northwestern direction, the forces of the USSR Navy, along with the German fleet and intelligence services, were actively opposed by the Finnish Navy and Finnish reconnaissance and sabotage agencies. Military Intelligence, Intelligence Counterintelligence Bureau of the 2nd Department of the General Staff of the Finnish Army, Intelligence Sabotage Detachment, Separate Partisan Battalion, Reconnaissance and Sabotage Schools, Radio Counterintelligence Units. The following characteristic features should be noted in the activities of Finnish intelligence during the Great Patriotic War. 1. Refusal to use the Finnish population for reconnaissance and sabotage work in the Soviet rear. 2. Sending specially trained agents from among the military personnel of the Finnish army to the rear of the Red Army, in particular, the creation of special reconnaissance and sabotage detachments from them, especially on Soviet communications. 3. Recruiting Soviet prisoners of war as agents and sending them to the rear of the Red Army. For these purposes, special agent training schools were created. 4. Recruitment of agents from among the population of the occupied areas with their subsequent dispatch to the rear of Soviet troops. The transfer of agents from among the Finnish army to the rear of the Red Army was typical for the first months of hostilities. Basically, they were given tasks to monitor the work of railways in the frontline zone, collect information about the movement of military units and clarify the political and economic situation in the border areas. Such agents were usually well armed and had a direct attitude to take the fight in case of danger of arrest. They were not supplied with legends or means of camouflage. Their main disadvantage was their limited intelligence capabilities when operating in the Soviet rear due to insufficient knowledge of the socio-political situation and language. Beginning in 1942, Finnish intelligence agencies began conducting reconnaissance behind Red Army lines with the help of carefully trained and armed combat groups which were staffed by proven personnel dedicated to nationalist ideology. For this purpose, a reconnaissance and sabotage detachment was created under the 2nd Department of the General Staff of the Finnish Army, Separate Partisan Battalion. His main task was to conduct reconnaissance and sabotage work in the rear of the Red Army. The battalion's strength was about 700 people. The battalion consisted of 4 companies. 2 companies were stationed in the city of Kani. Their area of responsibility was the northern section of the Karelian front. 1 company in the area of the city of Petrozavodsk, the southern section of the Karelian front. 1 company assigned to the Rovaniemi Reconnaissance Department for operations in the Kandalaksh direction and in the Petsamo region, Murmansk region. These units formed reconnaissance and sabotage groups of 5 to 30 people. The reconnaissance and sabotage groups were given the following tasks: penetration into the Soviet rear to a depth of 150 kilometers and collecting information visually, monitoring highways and railways, photographing military installations, collecting information about the fortifications of the Soviet troops, recording the movements of Red Army units and troops NKVD. Capture of prisoners and their intelligence interviews, carrying out sabotage and terrorist acts. Of particular interest was the Kirov Railway, which was under the protection of NKVD troops and railway police units of the People's Commissariat of Internal Affairs. In order to solve the assigned tasks, guides and translators from among the indigenous inhabitants of Karelia were included in the reconnaissance and sabotage groups. Communication with the center was maintained through portable radio stations. The separate partisan battalion was active throughout the war. Finnish intelligence agencies were active. In the initial period of the Great Patriotic War, Finnish special services carried out recruiting work mainly among Finnish army personnel, who were subsequently transferred to the combat zone in order to collect information about Soviet troops, the situation in the front line, and carry out acts of sabotage there. Subsequently, the recruiting contingent expanded. Soviet prisoners of war began to be involved in intelligence work, whose recruitment was carried out after a thorough and comprehensive check directly in the prisoner of war camps. It should be noted that most of the Finnish agents from among the former Soviet prisoners of war, after being transferred to the rear of the Red Army without starting to carry out their assignments, turned themselves into the counterintelligence agencies. Some of them, on instructions from security agencies, were used in operational games with the enemy, mainly of a disinformation nature. Along with the use of Soviet prisoners of war, Finnish intelligence agencies resorted to recruiting agents behind the front from among the residents of the occupied regions of Karelia. For this work, individuals were recruited who had compromised themselves during their residence in the occupied territory as active collaborators of the Finnish authorities. In most cases, such agents, after short training, under the guise of defectors who did not want to remain in the occupied territory, crossed the front line. They were supplied with legends designed for relatively free legalization in the Soviet rear. The tasks assigned to the agents were simple and did not require special training, skills or abilities. Basically, such agents carried out subversive ideological work among the Soviet population by spreading provocative and panic rumors, and also collected information about the movement of units of the Red Army and NKVD troops, the number of garrisons of border and internal NKVD troops in various localities. This category of agents was actively used only in 1941-1942. Subsequently, Finnish intelligence services practically did not resort to their use. To train agents with the tasks of collecting intelligence information and carrying out acts of sabotage, 2 intelligence schools were created in the cities of Petrozavodsk and Rovaniemi at the Lapland Intelligence Department. Schooling lasted from 3 to 9 months. The training program necessarily included the study of radio engineering. After completing the training course, the agents were transferred to the Soviet rear in groups of 2-3 people. Typically, agents were deployed under the guise of Red Army soldiers and were provided with legends and the necessary cover documents. Agents, as a rule, were given the following tasks: collecting information about the state of industrial enterprises, on the morale of military personnel of units and formations of the Red Army and NKVD troops, identification of tactical and strategic plans of the military command. Agents were advised to use the local population in the dark. In addition, specially trained agents were tasked with carrying out sabotage on transport communications. Finnish radio intelligence ensured the collection of technical information about the state, plans and practical activities of the troops of the Karelian and Leningrad fronts, the Baltic and Northern fleets, as well as the troops and institutions of the NKVD of the northwestern region. Finnish radio intelligence consisted of a central apparatus and subordinate local interception stations. The central apparatus determined the directions of activity of all radio intelligence units, deciphered intercepted radio telegrams, analyzed the data received, prepared and sent summarized information to the leadership of the state and the military department. It consisted of 4 divisions: deciphering Soviet radiograms, control over radio communications of the Red Army, Air Force, Navy and NKVD, technical and educational. On the ground, radio reconnaissance was a network of radio interception points and points, as well as direction finding stations, which were the main suppliers of information. Intelligence and sabotage agencies of Japan. Despite the fact that Japan did not participate in hostilities against the USSR at the initial stage of World War I, the secret war carried out by their intelligence services not only did not stop but also intensified. In preparation for war with the Soviet Union, the Japanese government took effective measures to strengthen the national intelligence services and intensify their intelligence and subversive activities. For these purposes, in 1937, a decision was made to create a special bureau under the Cabinet of Ministers, which was directly supervised by the Prime Minister. All Japanese intelligence services, military intelligence and counterintelligence, police, as well as state and non-state research structures, ministries, departments, economic concessions in the Far Eastern region, societies and commercial firms that had access to the USSR were involved in intelligence activities. A network of reconnaissance, sabotage and terrorist schools and courses was deployed on the territory of Japan, Manchuria and southern Sakhalin. Along the Soviet-Manchurian border in southern Sakhalin, military intelligence bodies were formed. Japanese military missions (JVM). 3 specialized filtration camps were created for captured Soviet military personnel and defectors from the USSR. All white immigrant anti-Soviet organizations in Harbin were put into the service of the Japanese special services, etc. The Special Information and Research Bureau under the Cabinet of Ministers dealt with the planning and coordination of intelligence and subversive activities of all intelligence services, police agencies and various research structures of ministries, departments, organizations, institutions, societies, associations and firms. Collecting all obtained intelligence information, assessing and analyzing it, informing the Cabinet of Ministers, interested ministries and departments about it. The Intelligence Directorate of the General Staff, RU General Staff of Japan, which included the 5th Russian Department, as well as intelligence units subordinate to the RU General Staff, informations and military units of the Japanese Army. On the eve of the Second World War, the RU General Staff was the only body that had the right to conduct human intelligence abroad, where all intelligence information flocked for assessment and analysis. Subordinate to the RU General Staff were numerous Japanese military missions, the work of which was managed by the 2nd Directorate of the General Staff and the 2nd Department of the Kwantung Army Headquarters. The largest Japanese military mission was the Harbin Mission, which was subordinate to the Information and Intelligence Directorate of the Kwantung Army and was the central intelligence agency for other nuclear forces in Manchuria. The main direction of reconnaissance and subversive activities of the JVM were units and formations of the Red Army, Navy, NKVD troops stationed in the Primorsky and Khabarovsk territories, Sakhalin and Chita regions. A significant amount of information came to the RU of the General Staff of Japan from military attaches at embassies in foreign countries. In addition to missions, intelligence activities were carried out by the 3rd Department of the Political Service Directorate of the Gendarmerie, whose task was to collect information on the USSR and the Mongolian People's Republic. The Gendarmerie military counterintelligence was part of the Japanese military department. Its units were present in all military formations and units, and they were especially numerous in Manchuria and southern Sakhalin. The gendarmerie was operationally subordinate to and interacted with military intelligence, carried out its tasks and instructions, and transferred to it the information it obtained about the USSR, the Red Army, the Navy, the bodies and troops of the NKVD. Police units of which were formed in all cities and large settlements of Manchuria and southern Sakhalin. In addition to the traditional political investigation, fighting criminal crime and maintaining public order for the Japanese police, since 1937 it began to actively engage in intelligence work against the USSR. For these purposes, defectors from the Soviet Union were surveyed, recruited and sent to the Soviet Union on reconnaissance missions. Research departments of the ministries, foreign affairs, communications, land and forests, finance, trade and industry, some mass media organizations, large firms and companies, public organizations, collecting information about the USSR in their own interests, transferred it to the Japanese intelligence services in the form of analytical studies, certificates, notes. The collection of intelligence information about the USSR was carried out by immigrant organizations in Manchuria. The Russian Fascist Union (RFU), the Russian All-Military Union (RAUS), as well as the main Bureau of Russian Immigrants in Manchuria (GBRM), the Brotherhood of Russian Truth created by the Japanese Intelligence Services (BRP), and others. On the territory of Japan, in Manchuria and southern Sakhalin, a wide-ranging network of intelligence, reconnaissance, sabotage and reconnaissance terrorist schools and courses was created that trained professional intelligence officers and agents from among the Japanese. All schools and courses operated under the direction of Japanese military missions. In Manchuria, they were staffed by people from the white immigration who settled there, Chinese, Koreans and defectors from the Soviet Union. The main purpose was their subsequent transfer to the territory of the USSR for the purpose of collecting intelligence information, carrying out acts of sabotage and terrorism in the rear of the Far Eastern Group of Forces. Japanese intelligence sent military intelligence officers and police officers, Korean agents, white immigrants, former Soviet citizens who illegally crossed the border, deserters who had undergone special training and were sent on reconnaissance missions to border areas to the territory of the USSR. Specially trained groups were also sent to the territory of the Soviet Union with the aim of carrying out sabotage and terrorist acts in the rear of the Red Army and at the installations of the USSR Navy 280 C. Garf. F. 9401. On. 1. D. 2007. L. 3132. Central Asia of the FSB of Russia. F. 14. Op. 5. D. 4254. L. 141. F. 152. Op. 31945. Por. 1. L. 469-474. On the territory of Manchuria, the Japanese created a wide network of intelligence schools and courses under the Japanese military mission to train agents. The transfer across the border was carried out both alone and in groups of 2-3 people. Agents specifically infiltrated groups of refugees moving from Manchuria to the USSR. Japanese intelligence agents were tasked with reconnaissance of the fortifications of the Soviet border zone in the areas of Lake Kanka, the cities of Vladivostok, Usharysk and Nerchinsk, ascertaining the number of units and formations of the Red Army and Navy forces, as well as carrying out acts of sabotage on railways and defensive structures in Primorye, Transbaikalia and Siberia. Japanese intelligence recruited Soviet citizens both on an ideological basis and using compromising materials. Bribery, blackmail, intimidation and moral corruption were widely used. On the territory of Japan itself, as a rule, only professional intelligence officers and agents from among the Japanese were trained, who were planned to be used to manage foreign residencies and for the purpose of conducting recruiting work abroad, on the Soviet-Manchurian border as well as on the border passing along the island. Sakhalin, Japanese intelligence created a whole network of crossing points. to deploy agents for a short period of time to conduct reconnaissance within the Soviet border zone. Simplified methods and simple legends were used. The crossing of individual agents across the border took place while attention was diverted to armed clashes with Soviet border guards, specially initiated by the Japanese intelligence services. The transfer of Japanese agents from Manchuria to the USSR also occurred as part of Chinese and Korean partisan groups. The legend behind the border crossing by Japanese agents was the need to contact the USSR intelligence services to coordinate their activities with the anti-Japanese underground. The intelligence aspirations of the Japanese intelligence services were of a strategic nature, identifying the ability of the Far Eastern military group of the USSR to resist the offensive of the Japanese army. Assessment of the possibility of establishing and maintaining Japanese order in the territories that were planned to be captured. The Japanese intelligence strategy also included the desire to collect as complete information as possible about the Japanese living in our country, as well as persons of other nationalities, former subjects of Japan. They were considered as a contingent for obtaining intelligence information, assisting in the legalization of illegal immigrants who were being transferred from Japanese territory, as well as establishing an occupation regime in the region. After the attack of Nazi Germany on the USSR in June 1941, the military-political situation on the Far Eastern border became even more tense. In the areas adjacent to the USSR, the Japanese command kept a million-strong Kwantung army ready to launch an attack on Khabarovsk, Vladivostok and Chita at any moment as part of the implementation of a plan codenamed Kantokun, Special Maneuvers. If in the first half of 1941 Japanese planes made 28 reconnaissance flights over the territory of the USSR to a depth of no more than 10 km, then in the second half of 1941 they violated the air border with the USSR 49 times to a considerable depth to the Nerchinsk plant and Vladivostok. In 1942, Japanese planes had already invaded Soviet airspace 80 times. In 1942, 16 attacks on Soviet territory and border guards were recorded. Japanese reconnaissance and sabotage groups attempted to capture and withdraw Soviet military personnel and local residents to Manchuria. 281 USSR state security bodies in the Great Patriotic War. T1 M 1995 p. 193. Constant external threats to the security of the USSR emanating from Japan forced the Soviet military political leadership to maintain significant forces and assets of the Red Army, Navy and NKVD on the far eastern borders of the USSR in a state of combat readiness, strengthening the Far Eastern group of troops. Several mobilizations in the first months of the war made it possible to staff units and formations to wartime levels, but the provision of equipment, weapons, ammunition, food and equipment throughout the entire period of the Great Patriotic War was at an extremely low level. Almost everything was absorbed by the Soviet-German front. In 1942, out of 1,118 detained border violators, 330 people were exposed by Soviet counterintelligence as Japanese spies. Japanese intelligence services distributed specially published literature intended for Soviet military personnel and residents of the border zone with the aim of inducing them to betray their motherland. As a result, from June 22, 1941 to April 1942, 135 attempts were recorded to defect to the enemy side by 122 Red Army soldiers and 13 NKVD troops. Of this number, 29 people were detained by Soviet border guards, 9 were killed, 97 fled, 282 IBED, p. 347. Soviet intelligence, through its overseas stations, carefully monitored signs indicating Japan's intentions to attack the USSR. The attack on Pearl Harbor and the main bases of the United States and Great Britain and the subsequent expansion of Japan in Southeast Asia and the Pacific Ocean led to the conclusion that the vector of Japanese foreign policy had temporarily shifted to these regions. This made it possible to transfer military units and formations from the Trans-Baikal and Far Eastern fronts to the west during the decisive battles on the Soviet-German front. After Japan entered the war, its intelligence from a legal position noticeably intensified. A special message from the Envoy for the Primorsky territory to the NKVD of the USSR dated April 2, 1942 noted the increased interest of employees of the Japanese consulate in Vladivostok in military installations, fortifications, the port, life support systems and the sentiments of the local population. In order for Vladivostok not to repeat the fate of Pearl Harbor, it was necessary to suppress such intelligence activities. 283 State security bodies of the USSR in the Great Patriotic War. T3. Book 1. M. 2003. pp. 316-319. After the victory of the Soviet troops at Stalingrad and the Kursk Bulge, the ruling circles of Japan shifted their emphasis from opening military operations against the USSR to defensive measures. The strategic goals and partly the tactical methods of the activities of the Japanese intelligence services were revised. In a document signed in April 1944 by the deputy head of the 2nd Directorate of the NKGB of the USSR N.S. Sazikin 284, Sazikin Nikolai Stepanovich 1910-1985, Deputy Head of the 2nd Directorate of the NKGB of the USSR May 1943, November 1944, later in senior positions in the bodies of the NKGB, NKVD, MVD of the USSR. Noted that the authorities' state security did not identify Japanese agents with sabotage missions or missions to penetrate the most important industrial and strategic facilities of the region. 285 State security bodies of the USSR in the Great Patriotic War. T5. Book 1. M. 2007. p. 311. In April 1944, the head of the 2nd Department of the 1st Directorate of the Main Directorate of the NKVD of the USSR I.S. Kurganov 286, Kurganov Ivan Semenovich 1902, head of the 2nd Department of the 1st Directorate of the Main Directorate of the NKVD of the USSR 1943. Prepared a review of the subversive activities of Japanese intelligence in the Far East in 1943, which reflected the structure and deployment of intelligence agencies, gave a general description of the activities of Japanese intelligence in Manchuria in 1943, the main directions of its activities, characterized the agents, focusing on traitors to the motherland and Russian immigrants, described the forms and methods of training qualified agents, the formation of sabotage reconnaissance groups for the war period. 287 State security bodies of the USSR in the Great Patriotic War. T5. Book 1. M. 2007. pp. 333-350. In June 1944, the head of the NKVD for the Khabarovsk territory, Goglets, signed an intelligence report prepared by the 1st Department of the Directorate about the Harbin Reconnaissance School, which described in detail the location of the school, its residential and office premises, the recruitment system, the contingent of cadets, and the training program, daily routine, etc. 288 IBED pp. 551-556. On February 4, 1945, the Yalta Conference of the Heads of Government of the Anti-Hitler Coalition opened, dedicated to the establishment of the post-war world order. At this conference, the USSR committed itself to entering the war with Japan 2-3 months after the surrender of Germany. In the Far East, the USSR received territories lost as a result of defeat in the Russo-Japanese War of 1904-1905 and the Kuril Islands. In accordance with allied obligations, on April 5 the Soviet-Japanese Treaty on Non-Aggression and Neutrality was denounced. The defeat of Germany and the build-up of Anglo-American airstrikes on the Japanese islands caused increased panic in Japan. Soviet foreign intelligence reported that more and more Japanese were convinced of the inevitability of war with the Soviet Union. Their enthusiasm was falling. Worker absenteeism on the night shift at enterprises in Tokyo and surrounding areas had become widespread, and students from higher and secondary educational institutions mobilized for production were sabotaging work even during the daytime, despite the application of repressive measures against them. 289 Central Asia of the FSB of Russia. Pino, 2488, s. 70-73. Nevertheless, the Japanese imperial government had no intention of laying down arms yet. In particular, on June 2, 1945, a resident of Soviet intelligence reported from Chongqing, the temporary capital of China in 1937-1945, about the withdrawal of Japanese troops from the south of China to the north. The transfer of Japanese troops from southern China to Manchuria and Korea was also confirmed by residents in Shanghai and Harbin. 290 IBED pp. 150-153, 230-231. Detachments were formed from the nationalities inhabiting Manchuria, including Russians and ethnic Japanese. Active reconnaissance of the Soviet border area continued, studying the state border security system with the prospect of using the identified corridors to transport spies and saboteurs deep into Soviet territory. By that time, the active concentration of Soviet troops in the border areas had begun. The testimony of the detained violators who were exposed as Japanese spies made it possible for the headquarters of the border troops of the Khabarovsk district to compile an overview of the tricks used by Japanese agents when violating the border. The review, dated June 12, 1945, gave examples of how Japanese intelligence was preparing its qualified agents to violate the border and operate on the territory of the USSR. Indicated sections of the border that were most vulnerable to enemy penetration, the time of transfer of agents, and methods of crossing the border. 291 Central Asia FSB Russia. Pino, 2488, p. 205-214. In order to suppress border violations and intensify work with Japanese agents penetrating into the Soviet rear, by the end of July, emergency border posts of 12 people were organized: 1 intelligence officer, 1 sergeant and 10 soldiers. All posts were provided with means of communication: radio, telephone and horse-drawn messengers. Border posts located in the railway areas were charged with organizing interaction with the regional and transport authorities of the NKGB and NKVD, primarily in the event of violators breaking through to the rear of the border strip. 292 IBED pp. 340-347. Japanese intelligence activities against the forces of the Pacific Fleet and the naval units of the NKVD border troops were directed by the Russian branch of the 3rd Department, Intelligence, of the General Staff of the Japanese Navy and were carried out mainly through the Japanese naval missions located in Korea and Manchuria, Harbin, Seoul and Aizinskaya. In addition, information was collected by 2 residencies subordinate to the Russian Department of the 3rd Department of the Naval Headquarters, created on Soviet territory, in Kamchatka and northern Sakhalin. Japanese naval border detachments also conducted reconnaissance against the Soviet naval forces. The detachment stationed at the naval base in the port of Rasin, Korea, was particularly active. The collection of information was carried out through an extensive network of agents illegally transferred to the territory of the USSR with the help of teams of fishing schooners and captains of Japanese merchant ships, in addition to espionage and sabotage activities directed against against the Pacific Fleet. The tasks of these intelligence agencies also included conducting political and economic intelligence. The Japanese carried out the main work through an extensive network of agents illegally transferred to the territory of the USSR with the help of specially trained teams of fishing schooners and captains of Japanese merchant ships. The strong link of the Japanese side was radio intelligence, which had a whole system of special transceiver radio stations. These stations were engaged in intercepting radio transmissions, deciphering radiograms and processing them, studying and deciphering codes used on communication lines of the Pacific Fleet, as well as studying the meteorological situation in Primri. The most active activity in this direction was carried out by the Russian Department of the Radio Intelligence Center of Japanese Intelligence Bunsitsu. It should be noted that the Japanese, having a wide agent network, received the lion's share of information about the state of the Soviet fleet through well-equipped Radio Intelligence 293, Khristoforov vs. Cherepkov P. Koklaudiru. Together with the fleet, Soviet naval counterintelligence in the Great Patriotic War, Historical Essays and Archival Documents, M. 2010, p. 153. They paid special attention to obtaining information about our naval bases, mine and anti-submarine barriers systems, air defense and coast guard. The enemy knew that, having this information, it was possible to effectively conduct operations against naval bases. Let us note that the Japanese had considerable experience in this area. The whole world knows that careful reconnaissance allowed the Japanese Air Force to achieve great success in the attack on Pearl Harbor, where on December 7, 1941 they inflicted heavy losses on the U.S. Pacific Fleet in the central part of the Pacific Ocean on the island Oahu, Hawaii Islands. During World War I, the main forces of the U.S. Pacific Fleet were based at Pearl Harbor. With an attack on the base on December 7, 1941, Japan started a war in the Pacific, causing enormous damage to the American fleet. 8 battleships, 6 cruisers, 1 destroyer, 272 aircraft were destroyed. Thus, Soviet military counterintelligence was confronted by a powerful adversary in the form of German, Finnish and Japanese special services, which had a well-prepared, mobilized and extensive structure adapted to the conditions of war. Chapter 7. Counterintelligence of the Baltic Fleet. By the Great Patriotic War, the Baltic Fleet was a well-equipped and fully equipped naval force and included 2 battleships, 2 cruisers, 2 leaders, 19 destroyers, 69 submarines, 48 torpedo boats, a gunboat, 7 patrol ships, 6 minlayers, 295. A minlayer is a surface ship or submarine for laying minefields against enemy surface ships, vessels, and submarines. 33 minesweepers, 656 aircraft, 20% of which were based at airfields in Estonia and Latvia, formations and units of coastal defense and air defense. The Baltic Fleet was based at naval bases in Tallinn, the main naval base Liepāja, Riga, Kronstadt, as well as on the islands of the Moonsend Archipelago 296. The Moonsend Archipelago is a group of islands belonging to Estonia in the eastern part of the Baltic Sea with a total area of 4,000 square meters km. The archipelago includes 4 large islands, Saaremaa, Ezel, Hiiumaa, Dago, Muhu, Moon, and Wormsea, as well as about 500 small ones. And on the Hanko Peninsula 297, Hanko, Finnish Hankanini, Russian obsolete name Ganget, a peninsula on the northern shore of the Gulf of Finland of the Baltic Sea in southwestern Finland, the southernmost part of mainland Finland, administratively part of the province of Uusimaa. From March 1940 to December 1941, there was a Soviet naval base on the peninsula. With the beginning of the Great Patriotic War, the Baltic Fleet defended its bases and coasts, actively acted on enemy communications in the Baltic Sea, and assisted ground forces. In August 1941, the Fleet Air Force was the first to bomb Berlin. Thanks to the forces of the Baltic Fleet, the Pipes, Ladoga and Wonga Lake flotillas were formed. 298 Naval Dictionary, M. 1989, p. 37-38. In the Baltic, the paths of old rivals constantly crossed. German and Russian naval intelligence, who tried by any means to obtain reliable information about a potential enemy. The presence of the Soviet fleet on the territory of the Baltic republics created favorable conditions for reconnaissance and sabotage activities of German and Finnish intelligence agencies. This was explained by the presence in the Baltic countries of a large number of people who had a negative attitude towards Soviet power. Nationalist sentiments were also very strong here. Having gone underground, the paramilitary pro-fascist organization Sarmakates 299 Sarmakates Self-Defense is an Estonian paramilitary organization that operated on the side of Germany during the Second World War. Formation began in July 1941 on a voluntary basis on a territorial basis. Members of Sarmakates were engaged in the extermination of supporters of the Soviet regime. Jews carried out guard duty, including in concentration camps, and carried out raids and punitive actions. The number of members of the organization in 1943 exceeded 40,000 people. Katsliit 300 Katsliit Defense Union is a volunteer paramilitary force in Estonia. Formation began in 1918 and by 1920 received legislative registration. Subordinated to the head of the Defense League and the Minister of War, and Isamalit 301 Isamalit Fatherland Union, the ruling agrarian party in Estonia until 1940. Recreated in 1941 with the beginning of the German occupation in Estonia. HRG 302 HRG paramilitary formation in Latvia in 1919-1940. Created on March 20, 1919 by decree of the Provisional Government and the Minister of Internal Affairs of Latvia as an organization of self-defense in rural areas. Performed the functions of auxiliary police, National Guard. The organization was legally formalized by decree of the Latvian government in 1936, dissolved on June 23, 1940, in Latvia. In addition, in the Baltic states, especially in Estonia, there remained many Russian white immigrants who fled Soviet Russia in 1918-1920, including former soldiers of Yudenich's army. Nazi Germany and its intelligence units hoped that active support would be provided from these forces, which would help Wehrmacht units occupy Soviet bases in the Baltic states with a lightning strike from land, capture or destroy the ships of the Baltic fleet located there, cut off Soviet sea communications and secure their sea flanks at further offensive of ground forces towards Leningrad. The best forces of German intelligence were deployed to implement these plans. During the initial period of the war, German intelligence, along with the widespread use of agents to collect intelligence information, made several attempts to commit acts of sabotage. In the naval intelligence schools in Kielejo and Leeds, special training was carried out for saboteur agents, whose tasks were the destruction of the Shepelevsky Lighthouse 303. Shepelevsky Lighthouse is a lighthouse located on the cape of the same name near the Karavaldayi Peninsula on the southern coast of the Gulf of Finland. Made in France in 1910, it is a round cast iron tower 38 meters high, painted with horizontal red and white stripes. At the top of the tower there is a black gallery and a lantern, and its garrison, disabling the submarine bases on the island of Levansaari 304. Levansaari, Finnish, Levansaari, now powerful, is an island in the Gulf of Finland, passed to Russia from Sweden in 1721 according to the Treaty of Nystad, located south of the Bolshoi Ship Fairway, 130 km west of St. Petersburg. Area 13.4 sq km consists of two parts connected by a sandy isthmus. During the Great Patriotic War, the island naval base of the Red Banner Baltic Fleet was located on Levansaari, and torpedo boats in Batrina Bay. The operation to blow up the Shepelevsky Lighthouse and destroy its garrison was prepared by the Germans in August 1942. For this purpose, a landing group of 70 people was formed. Celsius personally led the operation. The first attempt, made on August 27, failed due to navigation errors by saboteurs. During the second attempt, on August 28, one of the German landing craft was overturned by a squall. Cries for help from the saboteurs who found themselves in the water made it possible to detect the enemy, at whom fire was opened from the island. Having failed to complete the task and having lost several assault boats, the landing force returned to Khristo 305 Khristo since 1948 Primorsk, a city since 1940 in the Russian Federation. Located on the shores of the Gulf of Finland, 137 km from St. Petersburg, from 1920 to 1940 and in 1941-1944 belonged to Finland, and then to Tallinn. After a failed attempt to blow up the Shepelevsky lighthouse, German intelligence in October 1943 was preparing a sabotage raid on the Soviet submarine base on the island of Levensari. The tasks were set to destroy the submarine forces of the Red Banner Baltic Fleet located there, operating in the western part of the Gulf of Finland and in the Baltic Sea. However, this operation was cancelled by the German command for unknown reasons. The third major act of sabotage under the leadership of Selrius was prepared by German intelligence in mid-October 1943 in the area of the Ustinsky Cape 306. Ustinsky Cape, long nose, a cape in the east of the Koporsky Bay of the Gulf of Finland. Its goals were to destroy one of the coastal batteries of the Red Banner Baltic Fleet and capture the tongue. On the night of October 11-12, 1943, after intensified enemy shelling of the Soviet coast of the Gulf of Finland from the mouth of the Kavashi River to the Ustinsky Lighthouse at the guard post of the 3rd Rifle Company of the 1st Rifle Battalion of the 4th Rifle Regiment of the 98th Rifle Division 307, 98th Rifle Division, formed in April 1943, 3rd Formation on the basis of the 162nd and 258th Rifle Brigades. She took part in the Great Patriotic War from 04/28/1943 to 09/11/1945. Composition: 3 rifle regiments, an artillery regiment, an anti-tank fighter division, a reconnaissance company, a sapper battalion, a chemical protection company. Stationed in this area, strengthened surveillance of the coast. At about 6 am, those patrolling the area noticed a boat with people on it about 350 meters from the shore and opened fire on them. The boat stopped and began to moor to the shore. At the command of the patrolman, a man came out of the boat, asking the Red Army soldiers not to shoot, explaining that the boat contained Soviet soldiers who had been released from captivity. A few minutes later, the other two also went ashore. As a result, all three, dressed in the uniform of the German army, were detained and taken to the Smersh Counterintelligence Department of the Primorsky Operational Group of the Leningrad Front. A box with smoke bombs, German hand grenades with fuses, 3 machine guns with a pouch, a parabellum pistol, hand grenades, 12 flares, a compass, 2 waste floats, 2 duffel bags, a topographic map of the Gulf of Finland region were seized from the detainees, and Koporsky Bay 308. Koporsky Bay is a bay in the southern part of the Gulf of Finland of the Baltic Sea. The lip is limited from the west by the Soikinsky Peninsula and Cape Ustinsky from the east. Binoculars 309, Archive of the Federal Security Service of Russia for the Irkutsk region. RP 11440, T1, L 23. The detainees were former Soviet servicemen D.I. Shpav D.A. Grydinsky and Emelin S.P., who were captured by Germans at different times and agreed to serve in German intelligence. During the investigation, D.I. Shpav told the investigator that the saboteurs had the task of landing on the shore and on October 12-13, 1943, capturing a tongue from among the military personnel of the rear units of the Red Army, as well as destroying a Soviet artillery battery in the Dolgovo-Karnovo area. The implementation of this particular part of the plan was entrusted by the German command to Shpav. He learned about the upcoming operation on September 27, 1943, having been summoned by Keller Selrius to the headquarters of German counterintelligence in Tallinn. A day later, on September 29, in Tallinn, 8 attack boats, 10 engines, gasoline, radios, equipment, 30 Soviet prisoners of war who were studying at the Kilejoe Reconnaissance School, and 5 Germans were loaded onto a railway train. On the evening of October 3, the train arrived at Kotli Station 310. Kotli Station is a junction station of the Oktyabrskaya Railway on the Kalisk-Vymarn line in the Kingisepp district of the Leningrad region, located in the village of the same name, 74 km from St. Petersburg, where all the property was loaded onto cars and, together with a group of reconnaissance saboteurs, sent to Sistopalkino 311. Sistopalkino, Finnish, Saistopalkina, a village within Koper-Sky rural settlement of Lomonosovsky district, Leningrad region. The first mention of the village dates back to 1676. It is located at the mouth of the river Sist at its confluence with the Gulf of Finland. Nowadays a holiday village, German officers led by Keller Selrius arrived there 3 days later. They initiated Shchpov into the plan for the upcoming operation, which began on October 12, 1943. On this day, Shchpov, Emelin and Grydinsky went by boat to the Soviet shore and went over to the side of the Red Army 312 archive of the Russian FSB Directorate for the Irkutsk region. RP 11440, T1, L, 116-118. The operation failed for several reasons. Firstly, the situation at sea was not taken into account. In October there was stormy weather in the Baltic, which scattered the German attack boats. Secondly, due to engine malfunction, the storm boats were powerless against the waves. The engines were disabled by 3 Soviet prisoners of war before the operation. On October 29, 1943, the case against Shchpov, Grydinsky and Emelin was accepted for proceedings in the Smersh Design Bureau of the KBF. Investigative actions were carried out for 6 months. On April 30, 1944, the indictment was approved by the prosecutor of the Navy, and the case was sent for consideration to the special meeting of the NKVD of the USSR. Depending on changes in the military and operational situation in the Baltic theater of war, the directions of activity of Soviet military counterintelligence also changed. In the initial, most difficult period of the war, June 1941, end of 1942, the main areas of activity of the Baltic Fleet counterintelligence officers were identifying enemy agents among the local population in the areas where formations and units of the Red Banner Baltic Fleet were deployed, blocking the penetration channels of enemy agents into particularly important objects of the Red Banner Baltic Fleet headquarters and communications centers, carrying out barrage measures in the rear of units and formations of the Red Army and Navy forces, informing the command and the military council of the fleet about shortcomings in combat training and combat activities of the Red Banner Baltic Fleet. Naval counterintelligence officers in the areas where formations and units of the Red Banner Baltic Fleet were deployed actively worked to identify enemy agents among the local population. Most of the German intelligence agents detained at that time were from the civilian environment of the fleet in the Baltics. At the same time, counterintelligence officers arrested several people with a pre-war track record, closing the penetration channels of enemy agents into particularly dangerous and vulnerable objects in the headquarters and communications centers of the Red Banner Baltic Fleet. From June to December 1941, according to approximate data, accurate statistics for this period have not been preserved. Naval counterintelligence officers arrested up to 40 German agents detained mainly on the territory of the Baltic republics. According to naval counterintelligence data, German intelligence services actively recruited Soviet military personnel and members of their families who found themselves in temporarily occupied territory, surrounded and in captivity, to infiltrate their agents into Red Banner Baltic Fleet facilities. Military personnel from these categories were under the close attention of Soviet counterintelligence officers. They were promptly studied and checked. If information about connections with German intelligence was received, received, criminal cases were initiated and the materials were transferred for consideration to military tribunals. Thus, counterintelligence officers of the Red Banner Baltic Fleet conducted an inspection of an officer of the headquarters of the same fleet, who, according to operational data, in the summer of 1941, after German units occupied Libau, remained in the city with his family. A few days later, when the front line moved significantly away from the city, Sim left Libau, leaving his family there, crossed the front line and arrived at his unit. The study of S&M was carried out in the direction of identifying his possible connection with German intelligence and collecting information in the interests of the enemy, the reasons for leaving his family in the occupied city, his connections on the eve of the war with persons of German nationality were checked. In the process of checking the S&M, his contacts with representatives of German intelligence were not established. At the same time, counterintelligence officers noted that he was anti-Soviet and systematically conducts defeatist propaganda. The materials cited statements by the SIM that the population of the USSR suffered for 25 years because there was no order or effective government in the country, and a situation was created where everyone was deceiving each other. In connection with the retreat of the Red Army units, the SIM noted that the command only raises its hands but does not know how to lead. Speaking about the situation at the fronts, SIM said that if Russia emerges victorious over Germany, it will not be any better. Russia will remain naked and destroyed, and England and America will dictate their terms of trade to it, but will not give it democratic and political rights. The verification of the S&M lasted for about 3 years and ended due to non-confirmation of the primary materials. 313 Central Asia of the FSB of Russia. F. 4. Op. 4. D. 1286. L. 145-184. In the summer of 1943, the Smershrak of the KBF conducted an investigation on suspicion of espionage by the EG, who, due to the nature of his service in the Sauerturg fleet, visited the ports of European countries, often visited restaurants and brothels there, and had connections with suspicious persons, mainly women. Among his acquaintances and relatives, he spoke with praise about the conditions of life abroad and spoke critically about Soviet reality. During the entire period of verification of the EG, from April 1943 to March 1946, no information was received about his involvement in enemy intelligence. The information messages received by the Smersh KBF ROC constantly confirmed only his repeated facts of traveling abroad, staying in foreign ports, as well as praising life and culture in European countries, admiration for the luxury and comfort of hotels, restaurants, and communication with women. In March 1946, Ermolov was demobilized from the ranks of the Navy. The case was terminated and removed from control. 314 IBED L. 186-206. In June 1941, a barrage detachment was formed under the 3rd Department of the Baltic Fleet, which included a group of operational workers and a motorized company of 375 people attached to them. Initially, the barrier detachment operated exclusively on the territory of Estonia, in the area of Tallinn and coastal cities, fighting small gangs that included individuals who evaded mobilization into the Red Army and deserters, and countering the sabotage actions of enemy intelligence agents. In August 1941, during the Battle for Tallinn, the barrage detachment stopped and returned. Retreating military personnel fought with the advancing enemy, defended the city, and held defensive lines. During the battles and evacuation from Tallinn, the detachment lost its entire command and over 60% of its personnel, including almost the entire command staff. 315 Archive of the Federal Security Service of Russia for the Saratov region. F. 14. Op. 4. D. 511. L. 5. A particularly difficult situation developed on August 27, when individual units of the 8th Army 316 8th Army Operational Military Formation Combined Arms Army of the Red Army The army administration was formed in October-November 1939 on the basis of the Novgorod Army Operational Group of the Leningrad Military District. She took part in the Soviet-Finnish War and was then stationed in the Baltic states. Since June 1941, he has taken part in hostilities, in particular in the Baltic and Leningrad strategic defensive operations in the Sinyuvinsk, Leningrad, Novgorod, and Baltic strategic offensive operations. Since December 1944, army troops did not participate in battles. They were in the anti-landing defense of the Estonian coast. Disbanded in September 1945. Composition: 2 Rifle Corps, 6 Rifle Divisions, Tank Brigade, Air Force units, leaving the last line of defense, fled. To restore order, not only the personnel of the barrier detachment were sent, but also the entire operational staff of the Special Department of the Red Banner Baltic Fleet. The adoption of harsh measures by the barrage detachment, shooting deserters in front of the line, arrests and daily night and day raids dramatically changed the existing situation, and cases of group departure from the front stopped. The retreating units were stopped, put in order and launched a counterattack, as a result of which the enemy was thrown back 7 kilometers. From the end of June to December 10, 1941, over 900 people were detained by the barrage detachment, 77 were arrested and convicted by military tribunals, 11 were shot on the spot in front of the line. The rest of the detainees were sent for investigation or released. 317 state security bodies of the USSR in the Great Patriotic War. T2. In 2 books. Book 2. M. 2000. S. 397 401 411 413. After relocating to Kronstadt, the Special Department of the Red Banner Baltic Fleet began operational search activities at the new location and organization of the barrage service. Arriving in Kronstadt by September 7, 1941, the barrier detachment was fully staffed. 1 platoon with 2 operatives began serving. By September 18, the coast from Oranienbaum 318 Oranienbaum until 1948 was the former name of the city of Lomonosov, located on the southern coast of the Gulf of Finland at the mouth of the river Karasta. Received city status in 1780. It is located in the Petrodvortsovy district of St. Petersburg. Awarded the Order of the Patriotic War, first degree, City of Military Glory. To the village. The mouth was served by a detachment. The report on the activities of the barrier detachment noted that by taking tough measures in these areas, shooting deserters in front of the line, arrests and regular night and day raids, the previously existing situation was dramatically changed. The phenomenon of group leaving the front, with the exception of isolated cases, ceased. Meanwhile, the desertion of individuals continued. 2.5 months of the detachment's work created a situation in which desertion to the rear became dangerous even for individuals. 319 Archive of the Russian FSB Directorate for the Saratov region. F. 14. Op. 4. D. 511. L. 56. It should be noted that the largest number of cases of desertion occurred in the construction battalions of the Red Banner Baltic Fleet headquarters. In 1941-1942 the detachment's outposts detained up to 6,000 people. Of this number, 167 people were arrested and convicted, 11 were shot without trial, about 800 people were transferred to the prosecutor's office. Some of the detainees were released due to the lack of evidence of a crime. 320 Khristoforov vs. Cherepkov P. Koklaudiru. Together with the fleet, Soviet naval counterintelligence in the Great Patriotic War, historical essays and archival documents. M. 2010. p. 97. In addition to the fight against desertion and banditry, the detachment's operational group deployed 3 agents behind enemy lines, 2 of whom, after completing the task, returned to the detachment's location, obtaining valuable information about the deployment of German troops. The second group of saboteur agents prepared by the operatives was not deployed behind enemy lines due to the retreat of Soviet troops. Counterintelligence officers of the Baltic Fleet identified shortcomings in the combat training and combat activities of the fleet, monitored the mood of the personnel and informed the command and the military council of the Red Banner Baltic Fleet on these issues to take measures to eliminate the shortcomings. Thus, naval counterintelligence officers conducted a thorough analysis of the battles that took place in the Baltic in August 1941, as well as the progress of the redeployment of Red Banner Baltic Fleet forces from Tallinn to Kronstadt on August 28-29, which received the name Tallinn Transition in historiography. According to naval counterintelligence officers, significant mistakes were made during this period, which were presented in the form of two memos on the military operations of the Red Banner Baltic Fleet and on the withdrawal of the Red Banner Baltic Fleet and units of the 10th Rifle Corps 321, 10th Rifle Corps Operational Military Unit, Rifle Corps of the Red Army, formed in 1922-1923. Participated in the Soviet-Finnish War. On the eve of the Great Patriotic War, he was part of the 8th Army of the Baltic Special Military District, in the active army since June 22, 1941. Participated in battles in the Baltic states, including in the defense of Tallinn. Disbanded 0914-1941. Composition: 2 rifle divisions, 2 artillery regiments, anti-aircraft artillery division, engineer battalion, communications battalion. From Tallinn to Kronstadt on August 28-29, 1941, sent in December 1941 by the head of the 3rd Department of the Red Banner Baltic Fleet AP, Lebedev, People's Commissar of the USSR Navy, Admiral N.G. Kuznetsov. These documents provided data on the losses of the fleet. 12 warships were sunk, 3 ships required dock repairs, 19 auxiliary ships and transports were lost, 4 ships being damaged, washed ashore. Gogland. Human losses AP. Lebedev estimated more than 6,000 people, including the crews of the dead ships. In other documents the figure was given as 10 and even 15,000 dead. The exact number of those killed during the Tallinn transition apparently will never be established, since no one kept any records of evacuees, especially the name lists of those on combat and auxiliary ships, as far as can be judged from the documents. As of September 2, 1941, 14,800 people were rescued. The main reasons for such high losses in personnel and ships of the fleet, according to AP Lebedev, were the following. Firstly, the command of the Red Banner Baltic Fleet, knowing that the enemy had a strong mine and artillery position in the area of Cape Juminda 322. Cape Juminda is a peninsula in northern Estonia on the Baltic Sea, the largest peninsula on the northern coast, located between the bays of Kolga in the west and Hara in the east. Length 13 km, width up to 6 km. The Juminda lighthouse is located at the northern tip. Did not take appropriate active countermeasures to destroy it. Secondly, the issue of clearly organizing the rescue of people and providing them with life-saving equipment was not worked out in advance. And thirdly, there was practically no air support for the caravans. 323, Khristoforov vs. Cherepkov AP, Koklaudiu. Together with the fleet, Soviet naval counterintelligence in the Great Patriotic War, historical essays and archival documents, M. 2010, p. 96. In October 1942, the head of the Special Department of the Red Banner Baltic Fleet, Lebedev, informed the command and the military council of the fleet about sabotage practices in the work of the apron of the Red Banner Baltic Fleet, as well as on the shortcomings in the organization of combat training of this GB fleet on the islands of Levensari, Seskar and Penisari. Information provided by the Special Department of the NKVD of the fleet, as well as the incorrect behavior of some of its representatives during this period, caused a negative reaction from the squadron commander, Vice Admiral Drozd, member of the Military Council of the Baltic Fleet Smirnov, and representatives of the Fleet Prosecutor's Office. The Military Council of the KBF drew the attention of the head of the Special Department of the KBF, Lebedev, to the fact that a number of employees of the Special Department are carried away by the most simple, secondary issues of everyday life, to the detriment of the serious fight against counter-revolutionary phenomena in the fleet and the prevention of errors and shortcomings in the combat activities of the fleet. The Navy Military Council recommended checking operational information more carefully and increasing the responsibility of employees of special departments for the accuracy of the information provided. The Navy Military Council believed that individual employees of special departments were trying to discredit the command staff. The demand of the Special Department to stop the raising of ships carried out by apron of the Red Banner Baltic Fleet was recognized as unlawful. Information about shortcomings in the combat training of units on the Levensari-Seskar Islands was not confirmed. In addition, the Military Council of the Red Banner Baltic Fleet drew attention to the fact that some employees of special departments tried to undermine the authority of the commander of the overbase and the Squadron Command 324, Central Asia FSB of Russia, F3, Op. 7, D. 520, L. 15. The conflict of interests led to the fact that on November 23, 1942, the commander of the Baltic Fleet, Vice Admiral Tributes, members of the Military Council, Corps Commissar Smirnov and Divisional Commissar Verbitsky sent a letter to the People's Commissar of the Navy, Admiral Kuznetsov, and the People's Commissar of Internal Affairs, Beria, in which they noted that the Council believes that the leadership of the NKVD-KBF will not provide the fleet with the assistance that is required from it in the future and considers it necessary to replace it. 325 IBED L. 6. Since December 1942, counterintelligence officers of the Red Banner Baltic Fleet have been checking the Red Navy TSCH-51 over of the FPV fleet, who, according to operational data, was spreading provocative rumors about the mass transition of Red Army soldiers to the enemy's side. FPV stated that he did not care what kind of political system existed. Until 1939, his family lived in Poland under the bourgeois system, but it was good to live there. The family had land, cows, horses and equipment for cultivating the land. FPV stated that under Soviet rule the poor had a worse life than under the Polish government. He noted that Poland was occupied by the Germans, but he thought that life was good there. FPV emphasized that in Poland the rank and file of the army was better dressed than the senior command staff of the Red Army. According to the FPV, the Germans had a well-established service. The German soldiers were provided with everything, so they fight well, and the Red Army soldiers surrender in batches. 326 Central Asia FSB of Russia, F4, Op. 4, D. 1286, L. 208-217. On December 1, 1943, the head of the Smersh-RD of the KBF, Vinogradov, sent a note to the head of the Smersh-RD Gladkov, in which he said that the check carried out on the case form on the FPV did not obtain sufficient witness materials for an arrest. In total, in September 1943, 11 witnesses from among the personnel of TSCH-51 were secretly interviewed, who confirmed mainly the facts of anti-Soviet statements by the FPV on the issue of comparing living conditions in bourgeois Poland with living conditions in the USSR. At the same time, it was established that the FPV conducted conversations praising the living conditions of the bourgeois Poland not on his own initiative but mainly by answering questions asked to him about this, including by agents of counterintelligence agencies. 327 Central Asia FSB of Russia, F4, Op. 4, D. 1286, L. 219-220. On March 24, 1944, the head of the Smersh-RD of the KBF, Vinogradov, sent a note to the head of the Smersh-RD Gladkov, in which he said that for the period from December 1943 to March 1944, no significant materials were received in the case form of the FPV. According to operational data and feedback from the command, the FPV changed its attitude towards the service in a positive direction. 328 IBED L. 221-222. On March 6, 1945, the head of the SMERSH-RD of the KBF Vinogradov sent a special report No. 3 to the head of the SMERSH-RD Gladkov, in which he said that the Red Navy MTSHCH 298 armored personnel carrier TMR KBF continues to conduct anti-Soviet activities among the MTSH 298 personnel, praising the bourgeois regime Poland and the orders established by the German authorities during the occupation of Poland, while simultaneously slandering living conditions in the Soviet Union. FPV said that the Red Army was not far from his homeland, but how soon it would be liberated is still unknown. He believed that the liberation of his homeland would still not lead to the same living conditions that existed under Polish rule. FPV said that allegations about bad life in Finland are not true. He stated that he was in Koivisto and saw that each Finn had several cows and other animals. It turns out on the contrary, the Finns live better than the Soviet people. 329 IBED L. 224-227. On March 24, 1945, during the redeployment of the platoon of the 29th Head Artillery Warehouse of the Red Banner Baltic Fleet Logistics Directorate formed in the 2nd Baltic Fleet crew, a Red Navy FPV deserted on the route from Leningrad to Tallinn. 330 IBED L. 231. In July 1943, in connection with anti-Soviet use, the development of an officer of the 11th Air Force Air Base of the Red Banner Baltic Fleet, KPA, began, who among his acquaintances said that the Soviet population gave money for government loans, but it was of little use. The KPA argued that the Soviet government misused the money received from loans and threw balls, so the Germans quickly advanced across Soviet territory. He believed that Soviet generals were not engaged in strengthening the defense capabilities of the Soviet Union. The KPA spoke about the lack of freedom in the USSR, especially in the field of art. In September 1943, the KPA, having read the Sovnform Bureau report, stated that when he hears about Soviet victories, he has a double feeling. On the one hand, he was glad that the Soviet troops were beating the Germans, but on the other hand, he was dissatisfied that the Soviet leaders were celebrating victory. He said that he would like a government in the Soviet Union that would not drag down the GPU for every word. He wanted the Soviet Union to be governed without repression and terror. After the press reports about the election of the Patriarch, according to the KPA, priests will soon appear in hospitals to console the wounded, and the next stage is the appearance of priests in the army. He believed that they would soon make it a duty to pray. 331 Central Asia of the FSB of Russia. F. 4. Op. 4. D. 1286. L. 237-241. The loyalty check of the KPA was carried out from July 1943 to April 1946 until the moment when the KPA was demobilized from the Red Banner Baltic Fleet Air Force into the reserve. Due to the insignificance of the operational materials, the check was stopped. 332 IBED L. 245. In total, during the Great Patriotic War, counterintelligence officers of the Red Banner Baltic Fleet provided the command and the military council of the fleet with 603 special messages and information on various issues, including 17 on shortcomings in the organization of defense and conduct of combat operations, 111 about the shortcomings of the organization of service in units and formations of the Red Banner Baltic Fleet, 21 about accidents and failure of equipment, 32 about anti-Soviet sentiments among personnel, 21 on completed investigative cases of German agents, traitors to the motherland and uncovered counter-revolutionary groups, 29 about the loss of secret documents and disclosure of state secrets, 228 about immoral manifestations, 42 about the death and injury of military personnel as a result of emergency incidents, 16 about desertion, 14 about suicides or attempted suicides, 12 about shortcomings in food and clothing supplies for military personnel, 15 according to military censorship documents and 45 other messages. 333 Central Asia of the FSB of Russia. F. 4 up 4 D 1273 L 5758. Due to insufficient experience in organizing counterintelligence work in combat conditions in the first months of the war, enemy agents managed to penetrate units and formations of the fleet and settle in their environment, which subsequently negatively affected the work of Soviet counterintelligence. The death of the Special Department of the Red Banner Baltic Fleet during combat operations had a negative impact on the organization of operational search activities of maritime counterintelligence officers during that period. Naval counterintelligence officers began to suffer losses almost from the first days of the war. Thus, on June 27, 1941, the detective of the Special Department, Junior Lieutenant N.P., died on one of the Baltic Fleet destroyers, Machranov. A large number of Soviet counterintelligence officers died during the evacuation from Tallinn in August 1941. Together with the residents of Leningrad, counterintelligence officers of the Baltic Fleet endured all the hardships that befell the besieged city. 1941-1944. Hunger, continuous bombing, and the death of comrades. Sometimes death overtook employees right at the workplace. Thus, on April 4, 1942, when a bomb hit the courtyard of the big house on Litiini, an employee of the Special Department of the Red Banner Baltic Fleet, Captain 3rd Rank MM, was killed at his desk in his office. Chernigorov. In besieged Leningrad, naval counterintelligence officers fought against enemy intelligence, identified German intelligence agents from among prisoners of war, sailors and residents of temporarily occupied Soviet territories, especially areas of the Leningrad region located on the southern coast of the Gulf of Finland. In 1941-1942, German intelligence managed to introduce some captured agents of the Intelligence Department of the Red Banner Baltic Fleet headquarters into the units and formations of the fleet. She transferred these individuals to the areas of naval bases located on the islands of Levensari and Seskar. 334. Seskar, Finnish. Saiskari is an island in the eastern part of the Gulf of Finland, located 19 km from the southern and 38 km from the northern shore of the bay. Area 4.16 km, length about 3.2 km, width 1 km. Administratively, it is part of the Kingisepp district of the Leningrad region, with tasks to find out the state of coastal defense, its technical means and garrisons. The scale of the deployment of agents as well as the proximity of the front to the main bases of the Red Banner Baltic Fleet created a real threat of penetration of German intelligence officers into the fleet and into besieged Leningrad, so significant efforts were required from naval counterintelligence officers to improve their work. In 1940-1943, in order to localize the activities of German intelligence, eliminate its agents operating in the Soviet rear, and protect against infiltration of Red Banner Baltic Fleet bases, the operational personnel began to more widely practice measures using the capabilities of frontline agents, operational equipment, as well as the wider use of barrage measures. Thanks to these measures, only from March to May 1943, in the areas of the above islands, counterintelligence arrested 19 German agents. At the same time, data obtained after the war indicated that the enemy in 1940-1943, some of the plans for military operations in the Gulf of Finland prepared by the Soviet command were known in advance. For example, an analysis of the obtained Finnish intelligence materials showed that the departures of Soviet submarines from Kronstadt for combat operations were quite accurately recorded in time and along the route by German and Finnish intelligence. Perhaps this led to the largest losses of the Soviet submarine fleet during the entire period of the war, when in 1940-1943, 18 Red Banner Baltic Fleet submarines were lost. In particular, on October 21, 1942, by the Finnish submarine Vesaiisi 335, Vesaiisi Water, Finnish submarine of the Viitehinen type, launched 0801-1930. She was part of the Finnish Navy during World War E. Withdrawn from the fleet in 1946 in the Land Sea 336 Land Sea, Finnish, Avinomeri, Swedish. Ålands Hav is a code name for the water area located in the Gulf of Bothnia between mainland Sweden and the land islands. Connects the Gulf of Bothnia with the Baltic Sea. The greatest depth is 301 m. The submarine S-7 was sunk 337. S-7 is a Soviet diesel-electric torpedo submarine of the 921-935 bis series. Until 1937 it was called N-7. Laid down on December 14, 1936 in Gorky at Plant No. 112 Krasno-Sarmovo, launched on April 5, 1937 and entered service on June 30, 1940. Participated in the Great Patriotic War, sunk by the Finnish submarine Vesaiisi on 10/21/1942. In 1998, discovered near the South Kvarken Strait in the Baltic Sea, under the command of hero of the Soviet Union SP, Lisina. This happened at the moment the Soviet submarine surfaced in a certain square provided for by the combat campaign plan. Of the entire crew, 4 survived, including the boat commander. November 5, 1942 Finnish submarine Vetehinen 338. Vetehinen is the first submarine of the same type in Finland, launched 0601-1930. She was part of the Finnish Navy during World War E. Withdrawn from the fleet in 1946, dismantled for metal in 1950 in the Gulf of Bothnia 339. Gulf of Bothnia, Finnish Pohjanlahti, Swedish Bottniska is a bay in the northern part of the Baltic Sea, located between the western coast of Finland, the eastern coast of Sweden and the land islands. Sank the Soviet boat SHCH 305-340. SHCH 305, Soviet diesel-electric torpedo submarine of the VBIS series of the SHCH Pike project, the lead submarine of the series. During construction it was named Lin. Launched 12/31/1933. Participated in the Great Patriotic War, sunk with her entire crew by a ramming attack by the Finnish submarine Vetehinen on 11/05/1942, discovered in 2007 near the land islands, with all crew. In addition, in 1942 and 1943, a significant part of the landing operations carried out by the Red Banner Baltic Fleet ended in failure. Peterhof landing operation, landing on Ladoga 341. These landing operations were carried out by the Red Banner Baltic Fleet forces using units of the naval infantry. Due to poor training, the small number of paratroopers, poor organization of control and communications, shortcomings in the interaction of naval forces, ground units and the virtual absence of air cover, the goals and objectives of the operations were not achieved and were accompanied by large losses in personnel, which allows us to put forward the version of awareness of German intelligence and enemy command about plans for landing operations. In January 1944, the blockade of Leningrad was finally lifted. The Red Army waged offensive battles in the Baltic states and Finland, and Baltic fleet ships entered operational space. The fight against enemy agents was carried out mainly by operational groups of the Smersh Red Banner Baltic Fleet, specially sent to various regions of the Baltic states. In 1944, 14 task forces were created, which were sent to the locations of enemy reconnaissance schools as well as to filtration camps for naval personnel. The Counterintelligence Department Smersh of the Red Banner Baltic Fleet paid considerable attention to the search and detention of agents left by the enemy in the liberated territory, the seizure of operational documents of intelligence and counterintelligence units of the Germans and Finns, the identification and arrest of traitors and accomplices of the occupiers. 342, Khristoforov vs. Cheripkov SP, Koklaudiru. Together with the fleet, Soviet naval counterintelligence in the Great Patriotic War, historical essays and archival documents. M. 2010. P. 99-100. Soviet naval counterintelligence officers also fought German sabotage groups supplied with weapons, communications equipment and food. As a rule, these groups consisted of agents trained in intelligence schools as well as local residents recruited during the occupation of the Baltic states. In addition, naval counterintelligence officers had to participate in military operations against attacks by nationalist armed formations. In this situation, the counterintelligence units of the Red Banner Baltic Fleet, when conducting investigative activities, used special search groups, search records, search agents and identification officers, and restored ties with the agents left behind during the retreat in 1941.